back, everybody, to your WEC Regionals action. We've got two best of threes for you today. We've been mixing and matching throughout this entire week, but this is due to be a really exciting day here at the WEC.
Yeah, it is. We have two best of threes today. We've moved away from the group stages pretty quick. We've had Europe A and Europe B pretty much done and dusted, albeit, the format being a little bit unusual for us. Usually it would be like Group A versus Group D, Group B versus Group C, but kind of have it Group A versus Group B, and we got one side of the bracket already done. We have the Netherlands going to the grand finals, and for the next few days, today, tomorrow, and the day after, we have ourselves the other side of the bracket, and then of course the grand final. We're starting off with Denmark versus Turkey here at 3CEST, and then Sweden versus Bulgaria. I feel like, of course, just glancing over the matchups and what we've seen so far, the only team that we haven't seen so far is Bulgaria, but I don't think really people expected them to do this well. They have one retired player and then four people who are just unknown factors, but they took out the likes of Norway, who are currently out of the running because they were taken down by I believe Denmark, who are actually playing right now, who are also up for the taking here, and they're up against Turkey getting started, as I've said.
A pretty tough matchup, right? We're not necessarily thinking that this is going to be the closest opening matchup of the day. Do you have any predictions going into this one before we see any rosters, any maps, any vetoes?
This should be a 2-0 for Denmark pretty nicely. Turkey did do a good performance yesterday up against Sweden, but I feel like Sweden were a little bit shaky, and that's why I feel like this game up against Bulgaria will be close, because Bulgaria have taken some good names, but they don't really necessarily have the names behind them. They have one player that's been kind of, I would say, an OG of the female scene that's actually currently retired, but is competing for Bulgaria here. So that one is probably going to be close, but for Denmark and Turkey, they haven't done all too much. And yeah, we're going to look at the Denmark roster here, which is pretty interesting. We have Ramsin, Neye, Josephine, Mary, Marie, and Zig Image. They did such a good job up against Norway, even though they have a really good squad consisting of 4 ESL Impact players. But Denmark, even though they aren't together anymore, Ramsin moving over to the G2 Esports organization. The rest of the team, I don't know if they currently still play for the Shield Maidens, the Copenhagen Flame Shield Maidens, but Ramsin was a part of that squad not so long ago. So even as a 5, they're probably more cohesive than the likes of Norway. But showing their prowess on the server as a unit was pretty impressive.
Who are we looking at as our sort of top performer here today, or top performers?
On the Denmark side, it's the only real place that I know. Turkey did have some good pistol rounds. Hazex was really good on Turkey, but on Denmark, the person to look out for is Josephine. She had like 25 kills or something like that yesterday on Overpass. A brilliant performance out from her. She was getting triple kills, quadra kills on the bomb sites, opening up all the time. It was pretty impressive. I think it was really good to see that performance out from her, because I felt like Norway, I feel like they could have been a little bit favored because their individual units play for teams that do a little bit better than the players on the Denmark squad do in ESL Impact, for example. So off of like individual pieces, it would look like that, but as a team, they are the better team overall. And up against Turkey, there's no doubt in my mind that they should be able to beat them out 2-0.
We talked about the polarization in some of these matchups, right, where they're very, very one-sided. And at this late stage of the game, with the exception of this matchup that's coming up next, we're thinking of getting like much closer matchups later on into the tournament, right? Like we've weeded out some of the Icelands and some of these weaker teams that we didn't necessarily expect to perform here on the main stage. But now we've kind of got like the creme de la creme, right? And only one spot to the WEC LAN finals. I feel like that's kind of the real sticking point here, though, because we've got last year's winners and then the host country all going to LAN. We've got to find just one more team, and that really really turns the pressure way up, because obviously you lose a series here or there and you're literally out of contention of that grand prize, going to land that final prize.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to see how the brackets really popped up here and how the format is, because we have Europe A and Europe B rather than Group A, B, C, D. We did go through that, but here's the Turkey roster. We casted them the other day. You know, target Hazex. She's the player to look out for here for Turkey. She was, you know, arguably the best player in the server, keeping them afloat. She got the pistol round actually on the first round up against Sweden on the broadcast. Hazex, CK, Asel, and Masakizi as well. She was kind of a name on the server that we saw often. She was kind of the lurker of the team. And yeah, we have our veto out. We have Turkey banning out Mirage, Denmark banning Inferno. Those are both fair enough. And the Turkey picking Vertigo. So they're going for a bit of a, you know, a more intricate map. And Denmark picking Overpass. That is quite expected because Turkey got obliterated on Overpass. And then Denmark beat Norway quite impressively on that map. And then we have Ancient being our decider after Turkey banning Nuke and Denmark banning Anubis. So, you know, here in the women's scene, here in the female division, we've seen quite the maps. I feel like we're seeing a lot more diversity here than, you know, the all-inclusive scene. I feel like it's been quite refreshing.
Yeah, exactly. In our male division, it felt like it was just Mirage and Inferno being played. Mirage being played in basically every single best of 3 series that we saw. Now, as we come deeper into the tournament, though, when you've got teams with a bit more experience, with a bit more depth, they're confident on these newer maps, and we have seen at least Ancient picked into a couple of times, or allowing it to float through as the decider. Vertigo being a bit of a staple of multiple teams' map pool. We've seen lots of Vertigo, in fact, yesterday, the day before, and just all through this female division. And Overpass obviously being a staple as well. So, as you said, a lot more diversity. That's kind of what you get with the best of 3s, though. You're not just going to one handshake map that everybody's a little bit confident on, but not prepared to actually ban out. Mirage is a map where not many teams actually. I know it was banned first in this particular series, but most teams aren't just going to ban it out right out of the gates because they'll feel less confident on one of the newer maps. But that's not what we've seen here, because these teams at this stage of the tournament have a little more depth.
I feel like maybe Turkey has something up their sleeve on Vertigo. You know, they of course have 2 wins under their name, but Group D, you know, the disparity was like anyone could have been able to get into the playoffs here. Could have been Turkey, could have been Serbia, could have been Israel. Like Sweden, you know, of course they're, you know, the top of the group there for sure. I think everyone would have predicted that. Turkey, you know, 2-1, Sweden 3-0, Serbia 1-2, and Israel 0-3. But if I look at Turkey's performances up against Serbia and Israel, you know, their game up against Israel, it went to it just went to single OT, but it was quite close in the end, 19-17, so barely scraping by. And then they beat Serbia 16-14. So Turkey, Serbia, and Israel are around that same level, but all nowhere near Sweden. Sweden, you know, took them down 16-5 every single time. On Overpass, Mirage, and on, yes, the third one was Mirage as well. So they're just, you know, at the top here. But the thing is about Group C, I feel like it's really unfortunate because it's very cutthroat, because you had Denmark, Bulgaria, Norway, and Montenegro, who are all, you know, really good teams. Montenegro, you know, they, you know, of course aren't the greatest. You know, they lost 16-1, 16-3, 16-6. But if you look at Norway, Bulgaria, and Denmark, only 2 of them could qualify out of the 3, and they're all really good. Denmark being 3-0, Bulgaria being 2-1, and Norway being 1-2. The problem with Norway is they lost out to Bulgaria, and I don't think, you know, me and Pop would have expected that, considering Bulgaria don't really have too much, you know, to offer. You know, they haven't really showed much, and you know, consisting of one player that, you know, has been in the scene for a long time, sure, but you have 4 more players, and you know, they were all surprise factors. They surprised us completely, impressively beating out Norway and then beating out Montenegro. Kind of just secured the deal here, because Norway in their first 2 games lost out to Denmark and Bulgaria. So yeah, so one of them being eliminated being Norway, and then going into the quarterfinals now, it's going to be Sweden versus Bulgaria. It's a really, really cutthroat situation here, and I feel like you kind of, it's unfortunate that Sweden kind of was in this situation. I would feel
that's a lot. That's a lot of Counter-Strike that's been played. That's all that's all I'm thinking when I hear 19 to 17 to 16 to 13 to 14 to 16s, and we've got a lot of Counter-Strike behind us. And remember, like, this is the mainstream. Like we're hosting maybe like 2 to 3 best of 3s a day, but there's loads of CS being played outside of that. Like in this tournament, across all of the esports being played, there's over 100 countries competing, and we've got to give away 1 spot here and 9 spots there and 3 spots there. So there's so much esports being played here in the WEC because they all want to get to Yosh. They all want to get to Romania. There's a lot of prestige on the line, and a lot of these players might not have a load of LAN experience. This is a real good way to sneak in, to meet new teammates, to get some experience, to see what you feel like on the main stage, and maybe get picked up by one of these bigger teams, right? Like, there's a lot of investment going into ESL Impact and just female CS in general, and female esports just across the board is popping off in 2023. So this is the perfect time to get in, get some results, get a couple of notches onto your CV, and really sort of prove what you're about.
Yeah, it really is. And for a lot of the teams, just like Turkey, this is a real opportunity for them to get far, because I feel like they're one of those teams that I really didn't expect to go through in Group D. Maybe Israel and Serbia had something to offer because of that individual talent that they have usually offered up, but they impressed me actually. I've been impressed by Turkey. But us starting on Vertigo, it being a map that I've casted of the Copenhagen Flames Shield Maidens, them doing a really good job up against G2 Oya, it really looks so difficult to justify this. And I feel like Turkey, this map veto really isn't going their way at all. And if they were to win out this game, it would probably have to be a 2-1, sending this to the decider of Ancient. But we'll see an A play here early on now from Turkey.
Going to slip in, and not much of a defense here, just the smokes placed, but this should be a free C4 going down early.
Yep, it's going to be free bomb site. They've played a retake setup, I guess you could say, here Denmark, and they're playing this pretty slow. They're waiting for all the cavalry to arrive, all 5 players looking to get this rotate in. Not a single bit of damage being dealt, but the utilities are on in, and this is where you kind of see that disparity between two sides, just that utility usage. But it's all about the battles at the end of the day, because it's a 5-on-5 retake. Hazex again engraving her name in the kill feed. But look at all those kill squid immediately into the feed, and Seltzer closing it out, and Turkey continue their run in pistol rounds, doing such a fantastic job here and taking it up against Denmark.
And I've got to say, playing basically such a passive defense on the A bomb site there for Denmark is probably a really big mistake. You don't want to be giving away the bomb plant in a 5 versus 5 scenario. It's so hard to get back into, even when you've got the defuse kit and smokes. Maybe they felt confident, but Turkey just had too many players to be able to defend that bomb site, and we find ourselves in a 1-0 situation where Denmark only have pistols, not going for the reinvestment here in round 2, and not going to be feeling confident after such a shaky pistol round. They've got loads of time to recover in this full best of 3 series, but not the best of starts.
This was the same for Turkey, though. They have been a really good team in the pistol rounds, but other than that, they haven't really done all too much. They lost to a full eco up against Sweden. But Target, well, she'll keep things afloat, but oh, it's a 2-for-2 trade. That's not great at all. That's 2 weapons now in the hands of the Danish players. You know, they have the B bomb site, but the thing is, you know, Denmark, that's pretty much a win for them. They get 2 weapons in their hands. They don't even have to go for this at this point. Turkey, they can't really justify hunting and trying to take these weapons out. Hazex might do so.
They've got the bomb.
This had a bomb. That's the bomb.
The issue. This round is totally fallen apart. There's no other way to say this. This is the only win condition here for Denmark. They've even got the smokes placed, so that's going to delay Turkey's attack even further. And now they've got to cross through these really precarious choke points. Fortunately, 2 players are maneuvering in through ramp, but they've got so many corners to check. And this Galil is already finding damage. That's unbelievable. They're actually at a 1-man disadvantage here. And they've got to firebomb this whole area off just to steal the C4 away. And Denmark doing even more damage. Another headshot shot comes through. ACL's just able to sweep them all away. That's the issue with having unarmored opponents, though. It's really hard to take those gunfights. One bullet in the chest, and it's basically duel over. So nice recovery there, but that got way too close, way too dangerous. Turkey 2-0 nonetheless. I feel like a round like that's going to really shake their confidence. You'd have to be having serious discussions throughout the team, making sure that mistakes like that don't re-emerge later into this half.
Again, Turkey almost losing out a full Hiko. That isn't the first time we've seen that. They did it up against Sweden. They won the pistol and they lost the full Hiko, and they were on the verge of doing so again. And it shows that they kind of have not really... I feel like built up on that. I feel like they should have, because they continuously do that.
It's a massive problem. They're going to have to face anti-ecos. They're going to have to face deagles, armor. They're going to have to face full gun rounds like we're seeing right now in number 3. Marie already opening up on the kill feed. A bit of damage exchanged elsewhere, but that nade's not going to connect. It'll bounce right back into the middle of the map. And ACL's been locked out for the time being.
Turkey trying to dice around with the rotates quite a bit. They're exploring every part of the map. That's good to see. They've taken a lot more map control than what we're used to. You see them, they're simultaneously putting players and putting pressure on different sections of the map, but they've all congregated outside B. As 45 seconds remaining, they'll have to make a move any moment now. Ramsey's holding on the B bomb site. Didn't really see her all too often holding this site. Last time I casted this team here on Vertigo, but we'll see Ramsey taking quite a bit of damage, but that wallbang, Masakizi, she just had to get out of there, and she wasn't even able to get that kill. Peek on through Hazex. These shots are doing really good out here for Turkey. Marie's able to find that Zig image to get the trade, but it's a 1-on-4. They've just been taken down one by one. You know, the number's just been taken down, and Target just reloading, and Josephine, it's just easy cleanup for her coming in from the side. Denmark find themselves on the board. Turkey, look at their economy. That's the effect of that pistol round, and then following almost losing out a full eco. It really doesn't look great for them. That was the problem that they had up against Sweden. They just, even though they made the rounds close, they were just in an eternal loop of just, you know, an economic cycle that happened every so often, and they weren't able to get stability.
Close rounds usually favor the T side, but not really this time when you're the team having to reinvest fully into the rifles. And if you don't win the rounds outright, then you're stuck on loss bonus. For Turkey, it's minimum loss bonus of $1,400 per player. You just see how poor they are here on the server. Hazex actually going for somewhat of a force buy. Everybody else keeping 2,000 or so left in the bank. Need some kills here. They need to try and steal away a rifle. Win condition is obviously a bomb plant. That'll give them an even better buy into the next. Can't see that happening. Marie is so aware. She actually spots that head initially and is able to spray away these pistols. Yeah, nice easy round here. I imagine this is going to be a complete clearance. And Denmark have really nicely recovered here on the server. Dropping the bomb as well, so round totally over. No real way to get back into this one. Maybe the Deagle can find a headshot or so. Not going to happen this time. Denmark 2-2. And as I said, nice recovery. After making that eco round really close, it's basically been a Denmark game since then. So the pistol round being Turkey's only confident win here on Vertigo thus far. Needs to be a bit different here, though. They've not really got much money again. They've gone for pistol armor.
Yeah, pistol armor. It's just reminding me of that Sweden game all over again. It's the same economic situation that they haven't been able to control it at all. They haven't been able to calculate it. You know, after seeing Serbia, what they were able to do, I think you remember that, where they just force bought on Vertigo every single time. They're able to bring out an op, even though they lost like 4 rounds in a row. I feel like they need some of that, because I feel like this cycle of their economy isn't just down to the fact that these rounds are pretty close. I think it is a little bit of mismanagement and miscalculation, because this shouldn't happen. I never really see this sort of cycle last throughout the entire game. But here we are. Neye is gonna push in. She's good for 2, and it's a cleanup here on mid. Hazex all alone, just up against 5, and she just has a mere deagle. She was pretty good with the deagle up on overpass the other day, but it's way too tall of a task. You know, Marie's already there, and she, you know, is watching multiple angles at once, and Denmark, they'll take the round, and it's kind of been all them. I feel like the 2 rounds Turkey did win, aside from the pistol round, that 1 round that they did win. You know, they
it was
were
so
pretty
shaky,
close.
right?
It was so shaky.
Like it was full. It was against full pistols, no body armor on any player. They were able to steal away an AK-47 and a Galil here and there, and they're only able to just scrape it by with a triple kill at the end. The pistol round, yeah, that was convincing, but I put that down to a Denmark mistake, not something that Turkey did that was just totally brilliant Counter-Strike. Denmark didn't put a single player on the A bomb site. So far this game, it's been 1 mistake from Denmark, 1 slip-up. That's caused the close scoreline, and nothing else has really seemed close at all. These anti-eco rounds have been exceptionally squeaky clean from Denmark. They're starting to build a little bit of money of their own on the CT side, and I only see that continuing, Tiddler.
Definitely see that as well. You know, Turkey just have been too shaky. That they haven't been able to clean things up, even though they were arguably the better team up against Serbia and Israel. They made things so close. 2 overtime victories, and you know, that control needs to come on through. But we're gonna see a 2-for-2 trade. But you know, that early kill found by Denmark puts things in their favor, and Neye just holding the flank. Look at that awareness out from Denmark, showing that they really know how to play Vertigo here, showing their prowess once more as a unit. Josephine to close things out. And Turkey now in the depths of, you know, economic frailty, because they just cannot. I don't think they've ever really gotten big strings of rounds together as well. That's also a determining factor. You know, in their scoreline, sure, they've been able to get a few rounds, but it's been spot rounds here or there. It's in the midst of Denmark getting 3 or 4 rounds together. It really doesn't look too great on that front. They're going to call a tactical pause here. They called quite a few tactical pauses yesterday. It's pretty normal for them. They have actually done better off of every time they've done a tactical pause. But it's just that, you know, after that, you know, they haven't really shown much afterwards. It really seems to be spots of brilliance that we get to see out from this side.
You've only got to look at the mini-map in the last 20 seconds of that last round to see the competency level of Denmark is just really high here on Vertigo. They had every single member towards the A-bomb site, so a 2-for-2 trade for Turkey, it just wasn't even nearly enough because Denmark had filled the holes that those kills had created. They find a 4-2 lead here. They've not had any need for the AWP just yet. They've carried AK-47s through the majority of these rounds. And Turkey really struggling on the T side of Vertigo. Rams in. She is sat on mid right now. Nice incendiary grenade to slow them down ever so slightly. She will have targets to fire at, but she's been really good at taking them down. That's such a fast headshot.
More from where that came, and that's another nice headshot actually, considering the amount of players that are barreling on her position. Josephine looking to get herself into the action, and this player up in mid is completely separated, but that spray is not great at all. Neye there to try and recover things. That's the bomb dropped, and that's the round secured. Seltzer now up against 3. That nade landing right onto her as well. Now on just 9 HP, and Josephine was just ready and waiting for it to walk into the crosshair. That's Denmark on 5, and yeah, I don't see Turkey getting really back from this unless they switch something up. Masakizi is going to get that op out, but in all honesty, it was such a liability last time around on overpass, and that's a map where that op is so important. And I know they've even brought double ops out. They've tried to switch it up, but I don't know how this works, especially on T-side Vertigo with the lack of ramp presence. I don't really see something happening with things here. And you know, with that op here on ramp now, this is where it could do something, but I haven't seen enough here to justify this. But Asil, she's continuing to get a lot of these entry frags. She's gotten some nice headshots right now, but there's an immediate trade as per usual, and the Zig image, they're so good with it right now. And now down to a 3-on-2. It was a good start, but she's getting flanked around. This where that up could really get into use here, but a good redirect out from the CT player. And now Turkey are caught in between 2 mines. They might not know where they are, and that bomb has been left completely in the ramp side, Squid.
Zig Image as well has played this one like a fiddle. just maneuvering. The positional advantage that she's been able to earn herself has been perfect, and her teammates going to clean up the rest. Marie and Rams in there just rotating at the right time. 6-2 Denmark. What a great round from them. They actually saw the Molotov flying towards the sandbags and used that as their cue to peek into the ramp. They saw loads of turned heads, able to find quick kills. Turkey no response, and they get stuck in the mud on the ramp without a bomb plant yet again. Another by random response from them. All AK-47s, no AWP. This is where they'll find themselves at max loss bonus, so $3,400 plus any kill bonus every single round. That's just enough to force a buy up, and this is another fast approach again towards A. Look at how good those incense are, just burning it. Oh no, they're actually tea incense. They're actually Molotovs, burning themselves alive. A really cruel barbecue there on the ramp. They've been stuck. This A site is totally out of commission.
Yeah, it is. You know, all these CT players already in this position. Look at this hold. Josephine just, again, ready for it. She even has the support as well. Just this buddy system is so strong. Dropping the bomb, switching out for the AK. You can see the individual brilliance. She just absolutely runs over, steamrolls Turkey. And Vertigo, well, Turkey might be regretting this pick. I told you at the start, you know, this is a map that the Copenhagen Flame Shield Maidens play. This is a map that they played often. They are going to be so good as a unit here. I feel like Turkey, if you wanted to play an intricate map, if you want to play a tactical map, you had to shift away from Vertigo. I feel like even if you think that you're a really good team, you prepared for it, I don't think that will, you know, outclass the experience that Denmark have on this map. It's way too good, and they're really showing it on the server right now. You can see the support, you can see the utility, and the mistakes that Turkey are making are way too much. You know, Denmark able to exploit them every time, and a lot of them have been to do with the bomb, just leaving the bomb in certain positions, and the flanks have been so fast. They spot it out. All they have to do is sit and wait for them to start peeking to their crosshairs.
Yeah, key tactical errors, key gameplay errors. You can never afford to leave the C4 out in the open. And the mechanical skill difference has been so apparent in these first 9 rounds. Everybody on Team Denmark really closely packed on the scoreboard between 9 and 7 kills. Everybody really putting a good shift in here on Vertigo. And they're finding all of the openings here on the first map of play today. 1 minute 40 on the clock, and Ramsden's already found an opener.
It's just so normal out here for Denmark to get these opening kills, and Turkey back in towards the Ram side. They at least have an idea how to play their T side. It's clear that they do have a game plan behind them. It's just that Denmark have been able to shut them down every time. They both line up, but there goes a kill from Masakizzi. But Rams in there to activate with that op through the smoke as well, only to walk into Josephine's crosshair as well. Up here in sandbags, Hazex with the Deagle frag as that spray landed slightly above, but you know, I don't really mind too much anymore because it doesn't look like Hazex should be able to get this clutch. Denmark, all they have to do is play safe, and that op is no longer peeking. The flank is already coming over. Hazex now up for this. She might get the headshot, but it's the AK with the superior weapon. It just takes her down in the end. And Denmark already securing a lead at the end of the first half. Pretty impressive. And Turkey,
they're looking really comfortable.
They're just still there. Yeah, they're just so comfortable. Like, it's too easy for them at this moment in time.
Feeling the safety to go for a 5-man rotate as well towards the A bomb site in all of these scenarios, knowing that Turkey are just going to be way too slow to rotate back to the other side of the map. The AWP comes out once again here for the T side. That's a response that they've gone for before without many real wins on the board. They've really struggled. They've really struggled just entirely. These boosts as well, they haven't dealt with them. We've seen it a couple of times now here on the defense. Turkey just not checking their angles, not winning these gunfights is a real problem. They've been trying to force their way into A, and that just hasn't been working at all. Marie has actually not really had much to do here on the B site. Will finally be challenged by all 5 members. So if they can unburrow her here with a boost, then there's some potential to get a bomb plant, to force a retake scenario. But they are so far away from doing that. A headshot could change everything. There's the AWP that's come to join the party of this defense. Those incense as well. It's going to cause a bit of a nuisance there on the T stairs. They're forced away. Even damage dealt by a couple of HEs whizzing in. And Ramzin's got the angle placed perfectly.
Look at this position. Maria on the white boxes. The support system is there once more, but Ramsden's rotated over, but the players on the right side, too hot to handle completely. Turkey now breaking into a bomb site finally since the first round of the game. Mind you, that second round was really close because that bomb was left over, and now I don't know what you do here if you're Denmark. You can't save. You know, I'd usually see teams save, but knowing that the situation that we have here, Denmark have been so good, but at least Masaki is able to get two, and Josephine runs on by, and Hazek's able to close it down in the end. Never mind, it's Masakizi. She's gotten alive without off. She's shown individual moments there. Denmark simply weren't ready for it, and Turkey, their entry pathing onto the bomb site is pretty good. The players holding the bomb site didn't expect for it to peak, and it's pretty easy out from them in the end. 8-3 scoreline. Maybe something can happen here. There's still a few more rounds to play for. You know, an 8-7 scoreline isn't out of the picture, but it might be because Denmark, it depends whether or not they're able to recover from that. But there's no doubt in my mind that they should, you know, just go on with normal runnings, I guess.
Green entries, Masakizi's AWP finally finding some impact here on Vertigo, and Denmark just losing a couple of key jewels there on the re-entrance towards B. Going to be a much slower approach here in round number 12, but Turkey needs so much more here on the T side, and with headshots like that, they might actually find their openings. This HE isn't going to find its marker, lands too short. Zali's actually rotated away anyway towards A. They've been so stubborn at going towards this side of the map, and Ramzan almost punishes it. Hazek's been one of the silver linings here for the attack, finds another key headshot.
Now, push is starting to come in. Josephine, her position is now known from that smoke landing onto her. Sig image, and Josephine holding it down on the A-bomb side. Asel now left alone, the 1-on-3. And she doesn't even get that kill. Oh, looks so good possibly for a A-side take there, but Denmark just had the numbers in time, and it seems like the A-side is just on lockdown every time here for Turkey, not even getting there once, really, aside from the pistol. You know, it really isn't looking too great for them. Again, I feel like a B play is where it's at. You know, Denmark haven't been able to hold it down. I feel like they've been relying on Ramzan rotating over to the B-bomb side often. If they can catch them off, maybe with some mid-presence as well, that could be the key to winning this B-side, or this B-side over. But of course, you're going to see the A-ramp presence, but probably you might see a shift towards B. I don't know. That op flicking up, not quite going to hit the shot here, but it should be a kill right back for Ramzan if they do decide to walk in. But they back away to show a bit of presence and head back to the B-bomb side, which is smoked off. And Marie has a brilliant position here.
Feels like Turkey's strat book is so shallow here on Vertigo. They've been really stubborn at trying to attack this A bomb site, but they've been finding all of their success elsewhere, with mid and B entries coming in almost simultaneously. Josephine needs to be the last line of defense with the solo AWP. Ramazan, well, she can actually rotate in the meantime, but missed shot, that gives them a pathway to plant this C4, and the smoke grenades is going to give Hazex exactly the pathway that she needs to creep a little bit closer. Ramazan, nice headshot in the meantime. That eliminates the mid presence, and the AWP can fire through in the meantime from the other side. B now vulnerable, as this is a really hard bomb site to hold on to. There's even a wraparound. Ziggy image. She is right behind this attack, and only the AWP needs to look way too many directions. The M4A4 finds its headshot. It's 10 rounds, Denmark, as Turkey just couldn't hold on right there.
Yeah, as you said, shallow playbook there, but I think it worked again onto the B bomb site. That's where they really get their success. I feel like they need to build upon that rather than trying to force a bomb site that is not really looking good. I feel like they have to base it around that B bomb site. Even though A-ramp is pretty important, Denmark haven't been actively taking it. They've only just been peeking through. They haven't thrown a whole load of utility towards there. It's just that Turkey just run through raw, and then they just get headshotted. So we'll just see if they make some adaptations. And it seems like they're heading towards that B stair side a little bit faster. Marie already taking early damage, denied access into that section of the map. And we're going to see a battle here also into the ramp side. It might be Target on this position. But I feel like Turkey also in that post-plant situation, their positions weren't all too great. They were really in the... I feel like they were in the open. Yeah, they were in the open. They couldn't trade. But here comes the battle. That flash. Oh, they were a little bit too close. They didn't expect that. And, well, blinded. They will get that kill. They'll start off here on a 5-on-4.
And that flashbang being thrown will alert them to the presence of another player towards mid, but Josephine's able to clean up both of them all the same. B is temporarily unguarded. That does allow the C4 to go down, but Josephine, nice incend over the top. Oh, it actually pops a little too short, so that means that Hayes... Oh, she's burning alive! She hasn't noticed!
Oh my God.
100 HP incend, and a massive mistake that leaves B vulnerable.
That is so unfortunate because that was on top as well, but it spread down to the bottom on the ground. Now it's going to be a 2-on-3 situation. It was an advantage from Turkey. It's now a disadvantage for them peeking through. That's a nice flick out from Sig Image. Now a 2-on-1. Target's able to find the first. That op's not able to hit and get its pick in. She'll get the headshot, get both those frags, and there it is. Turkey with a fourth. Finding it back. It's the B bomb side, I'm telling you, but those post-plant positions, once again, were so shaky. They weren't able to immediately trade. It was essentially a 1-on-2 situation there.
You already prefaced this map by saying that Turkey's sort of win condition, their prerequisite for actually winning this match is these close, scrappy rounds. We certainly saw one right there. Look how close that was. Target. It's almost unbelievable that she's able to find that clutch. Ramsin being forced off the mid angle. Nice incend. That slows them down in the meantime. They're forced towards the back of mid. Still don't feel like this is a good enough half from Turkey, though. Even if they make this 10-5. I just don't think they've got enough rounds on the board. I feel like Denmark have shown us a depth to their play that we just haven't seen from many teams this tournament. And I feel entirely confident in them taking at least 5 or 6 rounds. They're on their T side. We're about to see it. After this 15th round, it's Ramsin with an opener. How many times have we seen her hit an AWP shot just in the early portions of one of these rounds? And Josephine, she's going to spot heads all the way over the top. Nobody there to respond. It's an easy clearance, as I don't imagine Turkey's going to be able to get into any of these anytime soon. Even the flank to contend with. The bomb goes walkies yet again, and Azael, this will be an impressive clutch. It'll be a 1v5, I can confirm that, and she's got 9 HP to make it work. And Denmark aren't giving her any easy duels either. Just holding angles. This will be 11-4 here. An absolute guarantee of that at this point. And just not an amazing half that fills you with confidence for Team Turkey. This is their map pick. You would have felt like they would have brought something a little more prepared into this one. Felt like they've been outmatched in the opening duels. Ramsin just being really a decisive player with the AWP, and everybody else sort of chipping in and pitching through. We saw everybody sort of stepping up in the middle point of this half, really, from Denmark, right between 7 and 9 kills, and that's not really changed. Everybody sort of touching the scoreboard in one way or another, whereas it's only Hayes X on the T side with over a double-digit number of kills. It feels like you can make a half work when you don't have at least 2 or 3 players fragging. Turkey, massive deficit coming onto their CT side. They won't have a defuse kit in play here for the pistol, so if that bomb goes down, it's going to be really hard to get back into the equation. Everybody going for body armor as well, so no smoke presence, no flashbangs to counter what looks to be an A attack with a little presence towards mid. But Sale's actually taken a lot of initiative here. And 2 behind the sandbags. This is a really awkward defense to try and counter.
Wow. 2-for-1 trade. I felt like Turkey might have been able to put up a masterclass here, and they can still do so again, but those shots do not hit. She has to be good for a second. But that shot on the bomb had to come in instantly. That second kill would have come in easier if she was able to do so. But Assail and a kill back. We talked about her initiative already here. In the back lines trying to hold things down, and both players just holding, but Marie takes her head off. It's now a 1-on-2 here from Masakizi, who has been alive, last alive, quite often here for the Turkish side. Has brought up some clutches with that off, but will she be able to provide one here with the pistol? And you see how passive Denmark are. They know she doesn't have a kit. They'll just play the time. But she's able to get a brilliant headshot. But Sig Image's position isn't known. But she had a battle with Masakizi earlier on, so I don't know why she's checking the sandbag side. But Denmark take that round. And yeah, 12-4. They continue on. And just one thing I wanted to say was, you know, just even from the first half, it really looked like Turkey weren't able to turn around the second. Because usually it's not, well, it's rather not a good CT side out from Denmark. It's just Turkey are feeding into Denmark. And even if you switch the sides, if you play into how Denmark want to play and feed into their crosshairs, then it's going to fall Denmark's way every day of the week.
He suicided into A so many times on that T side. And even though, okay, 4 rounds, maybe there's a glimmer of hope here and there, that doesn't really tell the whole story. They took the pistol. The second round, which was a full eco out of Denmark, was just incredibly close. Pistol, no body armor. Those are supposed to be the rounds that you totally wipe up. You get the bomb plant really early, all 5 players alive, only dropping 1 player potentially. That wasn't the case. So even in these rounds that they were supposed to sweep over the finish line, they weren't able to do so. And that's why they find themselves at such a massive deficit. Realistically, this could be a 14-2 right now, a 15-1, and it would all be the same. Even the rounds that they did take were incredibly scrappy. They don't carry anything into this round. That's why we're not talking about it. And Denmark will sweep to a 13th if they can just eliminate 3 more pistols, 2 of which are sat on A, all pretty isolated positions. You've got 1 crossfire here, but realistically, it can only really counter 1 player. And with the smoke, that actually breaks the crossfire. So they're actually going to have to slip right through it. But now HazeX finds that kill. That actually gives up the element of surprise, so nobody else should be caught off by this one. Yes, a Galil has been grabbed, but with no body armor to complement it, should be an easy round for the flank to clean up here. Nene's right behind everybody. All of the information has been commed over as well. Nicely contained here from Denmark, as they will confirm that 13th round, albeit with a little bit of damage here and there. That AK-47 trying to clamber onto the scraps of this round. It will be eventually put to bed.
Yeah, put to bed indeed. 3 rounds away here from taking the first map victory, snatching the map pick away from Turkey. And they really don't want to give up. They're calling a tactical pause on top of this. They want to make this map work. And I said it earlier, if they are to take a victory here, it would have to be this map being taken firstly. They aren't going to take the second map at all, an overpass, but it would have to be a 2-1 scoreline for Turkey. This map is a must win. And well, they're showing that, they're literally showing to us, indicating to us that that's the case, because they're not giving up this map. They've used 3 tactical pauses already. They really want to make this map work here. 9-round deficit.
They're in a really worrying scenario as well, where Denmark are going to start on the T side of overpass, so they'll be able to control all of the momentum in that map to potentially a really quick victory.
Yeah, that's also another thing. You know, just playing to the pace of the T's, which is something that Turkey have been doing quite often. It really isn't a great prospect at all.
One of their best maps as well. They're going to come into it with a high level of preparedness. This time, A against some rifles. There's a massive gap in the top of that smoke, though. Azale's able to sweep 1 away. Not too sure what she saw just there, but everybody prodding opposite sides of the map here for Denmark, and I feel like they'll respond off an opening kill, albeit they won't find one in the first 20 or so seconds of round number 18. Turkey not contesting for this ramp control any longer. They've picked up the 1-person advantage. They're satisfied with that. So they can give away a little bit of map control, but they can't give away 2 kills. Those came in simultaneously. And where is the response? Everybody falling back to more passive positions on the map. And Denmark have an entire minute, 60 seconds left to try and break onto one of these bomb sites. And they've got players everywhere. These Molotovs might actually hold the defenders in place towards the other end of play, as Ramazin looks to get aggressive elsewhere. What a nuisance here. How do you know what's going on if you're Turkey? Like, so much false information. This fake is going to hold Azel here for way too long. And finally, really late into play, the rotate coming over. But they've already found the openings. That's essentially the closer of this round. It's going to be 14-4 here. What do they have to say about this retake? They might just give away the only rifles they've got.
Yeah, they might just do that as well. That's not the greatest play as well. But another thing that has to become to light here is just Turkey's communication. It really is lacking sometimes. You know, you've seen moments where they've done really good, but other moments, the communication hasn't been all too great here. It's just been, we've seen it in the clutches. You know, Zig Image going down away from that ramp side. And then, for example, I believe it was like the last round of the first half or the second last of the first half, where Zig Image went down ramp, and then they took a battle. A Turkish player did take a battle, but then she checks sandbags instead. Like, that has to be communicated over, and we're seeing it again, especially when Denmark are playing a game here of moving around, and Turkey, as you said, that false information. You know, if that's going to be the case on the server right now, I don't see how you're going to play a map like Overpass. I don't know how you're going to play a map like Ancient. It really looks dire from here on out.
Yeah, when the communication is shaky anyway, it's really easy to just throw your opponents through a loop by throwing some false information towards the other bomb site. The pistols being totally cleaned up and comprehensively eliminated there. A single AK-47. Yeah, the rotates here, but I don't imagine this round's going to be very close at all. Denmark 15-4, and honestly, nothing at all is facing this map. This has been basically as decisive as a 16-0. Not as flashy a scoreline, but just even through these smokes, the last two shots come through. The last one's even a headshot there. They're really confident here on Vertigo. Like, I'm not sure why Turkey would have decided that this is an easier ground to go on to. We know that Overpass is coming next as well. We've basically talked about that endlessly, Tiddler. 11 chances to finish here. This map is basically as much of a solid lock as I've ever seen. Denmark proving themselves to be the much better team into this one. They'll have 5 AK-47s to try and close this one out really early. Maybe they've got the lunch reservation booked. Already opening kills towards the middle of the map. Nene, who's been not the most talked about player on the server, still with a really nice opening shot.
Yeah, it's basically done from here on out. There's no way you're going to recover from a 50-4. Maybe you grab this round, but I don't see getting anything really more than that. Like, I feel like it's just that Turkey didn't know that this was a good map. I feel like I've been just saying it because I've seen the old lineup with these exact 5 players on the roster. That's just how it's been. You know, they didn't really do in-depth, and that's understandable. You know, this is, you know, it's really difficult because I'm you know, watching all these different teams. But when you're Turkey, when you see that it's Denmark up against you, you're not thinking of the Copenhagen Flame Shield Maidens roster from late 2022. You're not thinking of that. So that's understandable here. Maybe Vertigo was just a map that they were really good at from previous matches, but yeah, they're getting mowed down one by one. Bombs planted, a 2-on-4 retake situation. Situations like this have never really been won out from Turkey at all here in this first map, so I don't see that changing. Yeah, they haven't. They haven't recovered really from deficits too much, you know. The only time I could really think of one is when that second round, that anti-eco, where that bomb was dropped. And sure, yeah, I feel like it was a bit of a deficit situation for them, but they had the superior weapons up against non-armored opponents. And Zig Image will continue on there, and there goes the victory. 16-4, easy one out. And I think that was really what we expected at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's not a good sign when you have to cast your mind back all the way to round number 2 to think of a clutch that one team has won. I feel like everything in this series is pretty much going Denmark's way. They've conclusively closed out their opponent's map pick as well. It doesn't really get much worse than this. I don't know if there's anything that you can talk about in the locker room between the maps that's going to turn the tide of this series. I just think that Denmark have come into this one much more prepared, much better at Counter-Strike. They're hitting their shots and their opponents aren't. Turkey also making those key mistakes that you were talking about, letting the bomb go walkies. They won't have to worry about that in Overpass because they actually start on the CT side, and we will see that in a couple of moments. We'll go to a break just before. Don't go anywhere.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. Enemy spotted. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than...
Welcome back to your WEC, everybody. It's Denmark on the T side as we're jumping right into their map pick of Overpass.
Well, after that one-sided affair on Turkey's map pick for Denmark, I feel like it might just be the same here considering Denmark's previous performances here on Overpass. Player up in long, 2 players up on the site. Actually, only 1 player, but there's a rotate on in. Asil's actually gotten that USP kill. That USP frag, and now she's starting to look for some more here, starting to get her pick in. Sig Image to get that frag right back, and there's that kill from Masakizi from the long side. Ramzin finding another, and it's now a 3-on-2 here for Denmark. Wow, what a situation that we have on board. And now things are starting to get hot and heavy here as Ramzin's able to get that kill into Seltzer. Here pushing up to the bank side, and that's Denmark to take the pistol round.
Yeah, picking up from where they left off on that previous map. Really convincing series all in all for them, and they just don't let up on the pressure at any point whatsoever. 1-0 for them. They'll have the advantage carried in, and that's one of the problems that we talked about in that previous map, right? Like, they go onto their map pick, it's Overpass, they start on the T side, they can control all the momentum, and if they get off to a good start, this series might be over before it even really got fired up, ready to go. Turkey, CT side, no rounds. Even on Vertigo, it was scrappy. The only rounds that they did win were 1v1s, an anti-eco, a pistol round. All of these rounds that you feel like they should be taking really convincingly. They did have 0 convincing round wins in that entire map. Yes, it was 16-4. Not a very close scoreline whatsoever. This round shouldn't be close either, as they are playing up against rifles. There's the one SMG in the mix as well to try and farm a little bit of cash. That might go on hunt duty, but already players falling on the defense. And the big question mark is how much damage can they do in a round like this? Like, you really need to limit the money early. You can see that happening. Denmark have been really comprehensive in rounds like this. You see them as well, just taking map control. As soon as that squeaky door opens, the Sankyu is given over to Ziggy Image, and she goes for a really aggressive swing all the way out into the open. You don't want any of those pistols just getting into an advantageous position at all. Maka's here on A, all alone, isolated, about to get pummeled, you would think. There goes the MAC-10 on cleanup duty. Dustpan and brush out for Denmark. A nice easy round, only the SMG drops.
Yeah, that's good. People are always wanting to get that SMG out of their hands, even though, you know, you might think that they want to keep it just to keep that economy. But in all honesty, getting that MAC-10 out of your hands just means you'll get an AK immediately, because you're going to be the one getting the kills in the first place anyway. So we'll see a strong buyout here for Denmark, an immediate bringing out of that AWP from Masakizi. And, you know, some of these players going in for full armor rather than half armor and going in for a bit of utility. That is understandable considering there are Galil still in play, but maybe they would have prioritized the utility, especially if you're going to be bringing that up. Maybe just to support it around. Just play a little bit more passive at the end of the day. We'll see some nades on in. Denmark were really good at throwing some accurate nades. And nobody's in that position though, so it will be safe and sound for now.
It's a gamble though, and it shows that they've got their cogs turning here on Overpass, thinking about their plays. Turkey hoping that this AWP is going to be the change of pace, though it wasn't on that previous map. Maka really only had 1 lights out round in the entire map with it. Not able to afford any sniper rifle presence for the multitude of CT rounds that we saw. Nevertheless, a 1-man advantage here in round number 3. The rifles obviously surprising Denmark in the early portions of this one. Josephine's on low HP as well, so as B becomes the approach, more damage done. They need to take down Zelzor quickly here. They've done exactly that, a triage of kills, and Denmark are in.
They're in, and in with a bang as well. They've really just taken that out of the control of Denmark completely. Zigimich even going for some more, taking a kill to Asel as well. And that round was looking good.
Promising, wasn't it?
Masakizi got that opening kill with that op, and they were fired up. They had some good positions. It just wasn't capitalized on. Denmark even used and expended their HE grenades up on that toxic position. Didn't hit anywhere. You'd be thinking that Turkey might be able to hold this one down. They have been pretty good here. Just looking back, reminiscing upon their performance against Sweden here on this exact same map. they have been so strong in the bomb site holds, but if they aren't able to do the one thing that I found that they were really good at here on Overpass, then I feel like all hope is lost. Denmark are just dismantling them, and with them staying with 4 players alive up against 5 in an execute like that, it only just gets better from there for Denmark. We're only in round number 4 as well, mind you.
Oh, they're forcing around this AWP as well. Zelsor, last player to buy, will pick up another SMG. We'll see 3 of them around the AWP. So putting a lot of faith here in Maka, trying to maybe get another aggressive pick with the AWP. Already taking some team damage there. That was certainly from a knife. And Denmark, I know that they're not going to be necessarily prepared for this. They're not going to be prepared for so much presence. And as they all walk into water, 2 of those SMGs will fall early. Maka now needs to be the point man. Smoked off of the angle, needs to take a different approach.
This is where I said the bomb site holds have been so strong so far. Look at these positions. They're so potent. But the thing is, they didn't have anything to support them. No utility, no nothing. Now that Molotov just flushes her out of the position. And it's, you know, with that, just combining with Denmark's sheer ability to brute force their way into any bomb site that they want, it just makes up for a brilliant recipe for Denmark that Turkey just cannot handle.
Turkey, though, with another buy. Another AWP for Mac and no body armor this time. That's been a real problem in the last couple of rounds. So it would save the AWP, bolsters the money for everybody to go for back-to-back buys here on the CT side. Nevertheless, Denmark 4-0. They haven't slipped up thus far. They've been consistently targeting this B bomb site. Even against the AWP, they've been finding a multitude of successes. This time, changing the approach ever so slightly. There's a double prong here on long, and Target's about to walk into a world of hurt. Information given. Oh, no doesn't pull the trigger. Marie's a lot quicker.
That's not a good peek. You know, if you even have the support of Asil, why didn't you just peek out with her if you're going to be peeking just that one direction? I feel like you have to check the left side first if you're going to peek in first. Not a great prospect as well. Like, you're looking straight ahead at Playground. You don't need to completely fixate yourself there. And Asil wasn't even at her back. The spacing was just not there. And now they just have the advantage in a situation that I feel that Target could have easily gotten. They weren't even looking at her as well. Ramsden does get dinked up and actually get put down to low HP. But the advantage is here with Denmark. And look at this. The lurk from Josephine. She's been so strong. She was like the top fragger on Vertigo. And she's showing why right here. She's just opened up the B bomb site. Once she shows her presence there, it will just skew the minds of Turkey. They won't know where to go. They won't know to be at A, whether or not they should be at A or B. And they've completely slipped through. It's going to be an A take for sure. Josefina slipped through the thread. The B side players don't know. But look at this push. I don't think they expect things. Ramsey's pushed up forward. There's that trade. This is such a madhouse right now, Squid. Now down to a 2-on-1. Zelser last alive in CT. And it feels like Denmark now should have this round under lockdown.
Oh, that smoke as well. It's perfect to excavate map control away from the AWP. Good nade. Oh, bounces a little too long. And Ziggy Image actually gets right off of the bomb to take that shot into Monster, where Zelsa has no chance of closing out the round in a 1 versus 2. Denmark still flawless on their CT side. And Turkey, they've been really struggling here. It'll finally be a non-buy round. We'll see a couple of pistols and sets of body armor here and there. Maybe an SMG as well thrown into the mix, but not too much to talk of. No excitement here. Should be 6-0 for Denmark. Really strong start. They've not had to rely on a sniper rifle whatsoever. They've been taking it out of Maka's hands and using it every so often. But a 5 AK-40 setup. It goes all the way through Monsters. Elsa, first point of defense, crumbles. And everybody else is going to fall after that. Bomb down easy. First 20 seconds of the round, and it's already over. Nighty night, says round 6.
Denmark just showing their prowess. We really just talked about things. This is just... We talked about it. We predicted this situation here. I feel like we stated the win conditions for Turkey, and I feel like we were completely right on all those regards. They just haven't showed up at all. They haven't taken Vertigo. They haven't shown us, even if they lost Vertigo, if there were some sort of signs that were showing on the server. But no, they're continuing to feed into Denmark. The rotates can be shifted by Denmark really easily, like a pendulum almost. They're just destroying them wherever they go. that Molotov is going to be good to stop that push. You know, they do have some knowledge of utility, because I remember we were casting Iceland versus Portugal. They were dying with full utility in their hands, not knowing smoke lineups and whatnot. But at least Turkey have some sort of knowledge, and they have their boosts up. They have, you know, good mechanical skill. It's just that everything that I've just listed out there is just better on the side of Denmark, and they're continuing to show things. But they're bringing a little bit of a surprise factor. They're bringing out a boost. Maybe this is what they need here to be able to take their first round on the board here on Overpass. But it seems like Denmark are avoiding it completely. They're heading towards A.
Still flashbang presence, and Josephine not being quiet about this monster presence will hold 3 members towards this B-bomb site for Turkey as Denmark try and steal away map control elsewhere. They've already got so deep inside of their toilets, and even if they lose the first shot against Hayes X, they've got the whole map at their whim. And look how little map control Turkey is playing right now. They're right back on the bomb sites, and this just isn't the way Overpass was designed to be played. You're supposed to have presence inside of the toilets, pressuring onto Fountain. It's supposed to be a negotiation as to what map control you give up, you take, you steal back. 25 seconds, and the AWP is the last line of defense here. Maka, not much HP, 1 bullet will eliminate her, and this C4 can go slowly down. Target, the next to fall. She is the next target. This will be 7-0 as another AWP hits the deck here on Overpass. Hayes X, who's been consistently at the top of the scoreboard through Turkey in the majority of their matches, including this one, will try and save the sniper at the end of round number 7. And I must say, Turkey just haven't had an impressive round this entire series. I've mentioned it a couple of times. Maybe the pistol, the very first round on Vertigo, but I feel like you have to go back literally that far to find some hope for them. And even that, it's a little bit of a weird dynamic, right? Hayes X, though, has been really good with his sniper. Really good with a full arsenal of weapons. She's certainly the better player on this Team Turkey. Like you mentioned her at the very offset of this series. She's actually going to keep the AWP instead of throwing it down to the designated sniper on their team. I don't mind that at all.
Yeah, a tactical pause out from Turkey. Well, this is the time here if they want to get some rounds on the board, but it doesn't seem like they're gonna get many here in this series. Denmark, like a lot of the times we do see 7-0 leads in Counter-Strike. Even at the upper echelons of Counter-Strike, you know, we see 7-0 leads, but you know, those 7-0 leads. This is
different, right?
Yeah, this is different. Yeah, 7-0 leads usually are like close rounds, but it's just like they're better in the clutch situations. It's a very intricate, you kind of have to dig into the ins and outs of, you know, the rounds, but here it's just Denmark playing better. It looks like there's no signs of stopping. There's so many times I've casted Counter-Strike games, you know, I've even casted Astralis games where there's been a 7-1 scoreline that they have, and then it's completely lost, you know. Denmark,
and it could have also been 7-1 the other way, right?
Yeah,
like in those particular matchups, because it is all down to a 1v1 here and an opening frag there, and somebody, just finding 2 kills out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden you're on 7 rounds in combination with a couple of ecos. But yeah, that hasn't been this, right? Like, this has just been Denmark carrying the momentum forward that they built up on Vertigo onto their own map pick, which they seem really comfortable on. They're just taking duels at will. I love this boost, but Mari loves it better. She finds one of the crazier headshots I think we'll see this series. That was so quick. Not quite the god spot that the old Olaf boost was, right? This is this is all falling apart at the seams. I can see the cloth coming unstuck. That was a close shot.
Was close, but there's been plenty of close things for Turkey that haven't went their way at all. It really isn't. That's really just been the case today. And well, she's getting bombarded with HEs, bullets, everything. She cannot catch a break while simultaneously trying to get something with that scout. But here we are. The money, not great. Not really good at all. It's going to be a half buy, or even they're going to force. They're just going to continue to force. That's understandable, actually, because, you know, what's the point of saving if you're not able to get rounds? You know what I mean? You know, there's a point in which saving is not a valid option, because forcing, you have to get rounds anyway. You're a max loss bonus anyway, and if you're able to get 1 round on the board, at least you'll be able to buy anyway. So that's just what they need. They just need rounds. That's why they're forcing into this. They realize what they need to do, but they just haven't been able to execute it once that freeze time ends.
I mean, that's the real nuts and bolts of momentum on Counter-Strike as well, when everybody's got between $8,000 and $12,000. Marie, a little bit less than that, but Denmark can buy into the next 3 rounds, 4 rounds potentially. Like, they've not even been forcing the AWP on Ramazin. She's got it right now, but it hasn't really been a massive factor, not a huge character here in the second map of the day. But yeah, Denmark just keeping this train rolling. I feel like Turkey, if they're going to get back into this series, probably need a 6th, 7th, and 8th player on their team. I don't really know what the win conditions are for them any longer at all. Maybe just hitting every shot through the smoke.
As per usual, Asil has been pretty impressive. She stepped up in this series, and she wasn't the name that I've particularly been able to notice throughout, their run here in the WEC regionals. But now maybe this is her time to step up along with Zelser, getting activated with the FAMA. She's getting another now, playing around the pillar, just playing with the mines. But Josephine with one right back now, down to a single man disadvantage here for Denmark. This is definitely recoverable, as they've been doing, but fast flying's the short side, just being an unknown area right now, uncharted territory completely. But it's gonna be checked from behind. But Hayes X to find that headshot now. That bomb can't even go down. Ramson does have full HP and a HE, but the positions are way too strong. This is a real opportunity here for Turkey to get their first round on the board, but the HP too much chopped away. Masakizi in a beautiful off angle, and Turkey will find the round and find their first tier of the second map.
Yeah, good round from Turkey. Realistically, Denmark just walking into the B site there. It doesn't help when you lose your connector presence that early through the smoke. Really nice angle play by Zelsa, right? Just using that pillar to perfection, doing more than enough damage. And Hayes with the flank, basically finishing this one off. Once she hits that headshot, it confirms that Ramazin's got no chance in this 1 versus 3. Always fancy your chances in this one. Even with an AK-47, with whatever weapon you give her, she's always got an opportunity to shut this one down. This time, Aziel actually loses the connector duel, so Turkey down a member early in round number 10, and it's back to Denmark up to winning ways. A boost to try and spot out Aziel, but she's gone. She's not in connector any. Well, she's not pressing forward at least. She's not in their sight lines. And Nene, as that smoke expires, is going to find both of them all wrapped up here. Flashbang not effective. Another Denmark round. That was quick. Obviously, don't like losing rounds, Tidler.
Yeah.
And that's the one thing that I'm gathering. They're not in the mood to lose rounds.
They're really good at adapting. It's pretty clear to see. They lost that last round. They knew what they needed to switch up, and they just play a little bit slower, play a little bit more of that map control that they've been, taking a lot of it. But they just switched it up again, like I said, and that really just got them another round on the board. There's nothing much more to say. It's kind of just been Denmark, 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 and we're just kind of repeating, our praises over and over again, sounding like a broken record at this point. But Asil up in hand and not even able to peek through and even let out a warning shot at least. And there is that opening kill that Denmark have been continuing to find and are continuing to chop away at the numbers. There's even a flank coming in. Target should be checked in just a moment, which is usual out from Ramsin. But she's actually crept all the way, and Zelsa's holding this. That's a head spotted, but now the flank. That MP9 should be able to seal the deal. She turns around, not able to find that frag, but well, that's all happening. They're all on the A-bomb site.
Yeah, main investments for Turkey already eliminated and out of play here in round number 11. A site already taken. AK-47 might be able to find a way back in, but Ramzin's already salvaged some really worthwhile map control. Hayes is likely not long for this world any longer. Oh, AK-47 finds a shot just before, so maybe an opportunity here, but these two players haven't really been able to find anything this map, and there's no kit in play, so time becomes a real issue here. They've got to eliminate 3 full HP players, and Marie is going to be the first point of guard. MP9 going to try and wrap around, unable to do so, and the AK-47 should fall as well. Even though the shadow was spotted, Marie still beats Zelsa to the punches. Denmark with another one. They just haven't slowed down this map at all. Only 1 round lost. We haven't seen a 16-0 here on the mainstream. We've seen a lot of 16-1s. I think we've seen 3, maybe 4 16-1s. Might be about to see another one here, though, but no prize 16-0. I think that really shows how rare they are, that even in these really one-sided matchups, we still don't find the elusive 16-0.
Yeah, that is fair enough, because I feel like a lot of the times when it's a 16-0 or like a really one-sided game, teams just like have fun, they're really confident, and those are some nice shots being hit by Barry. Yeah, but they're just confident that they're obviously going to give away a few rounds, like, you know, if they're playing that type of style. And then when they do lose a round, then they just happen to get back on lockdown. That's usually what happens, you know. And that's how the 16-1s come about. That's why we always see 16-1s, but rarely ever 16-0s. I remember years ago, there was a game that went 2 16-0s, and I was so shocked. It was in Australia, Dire Wolves versus
Oh, I did see that. Yeah. That's an
crazy.
infamous game.
It's still locked into my head. I still know the game on Inferno and Overpass, I think, or something like that. It was crazy.
Who were the teams?
Dire Wolves and Overperformers. So Dire Wolves are now Encore, who currently still play in the Australian scene. Some of their top teams in that region, but not doing too much as of late, because they were that looking for orgs squad that played in EPL, and
yeah.
Someone's dad was the coach, and yeah.
Dad's always walking in on the qualifiers. Mum bringing tea in. Always a fun one to see. Turkey, like they don't need a tea but a coffee here on Overpass. A sleepy CT side. Hayes, nothing she can really do about this one. Position about to be radioed in as well, so they'll be hunting down that saved AK-47. She's going to need a lot of headshots here and actually providing them. How does she even get out of this? Probably the highlight of the map here for Team Turkey is saving this AK-47. Small win. She's going to have a smile on her face, but it's not the round, inevitably. Denmark going to be taking 11-1. It's all the ones here. If I was a bingo caller, that's what I would say. I'm CSGO caster though, so I'm not going to. 3 rounds left of this half, and feels like series is already over.
It is over.
Maybe get the Uber Eats order in. We'll probably be done with this one in 10-15 minutes. The kebab will be on the way in the meantime.
It's always nice to get a fast best of 3, like as a player, just being able to relax, because the games, especially on a tournament like this where there's one spot on the line, there's kind of that bit of additional pressure, and just getting a quick best of 3 out of your way, the quarterfinals, not making it long and grueling, it's always good, because you kind of just get that relief as soon as possible. You have a little bit more
confidence
time to
as well.
Yeah,
crushing the underdog teams in a tournament. Really gives you a big statement carried into the favorites, and Counter-Strike at the higher levels is a game of really small margins, and just having a bit of confidence going into the first couple of rounds of a series can really make the difference there. Oh, nice from HazeX. She has been the one sort of standout member for Team Turkey here.
She has been, and she had like a 4K pistol round last time around. That's kind of why I highlighted her, and she was like that one player that'd be getting those kills, even with that AWP. Last time around, we were seeing her get a few AWP kills, when she was saving. I feel like at this point, she's probably got more op kills that I've seen rather than Masakizi on the server, who is actually the designated opper, continuously bringing out the scout, who hasn't been bad herself. I feel like it's better if Masakizi does wield that op instead of HazeX, so that she can really be put into full use here. But yeah, we'll see how this one holds out. That Molotov gonna burn her away. She's completely blinded, just stuck in the open. Another player at the APC. HazeX with one back, but now down to a 2-on-2. I don't see her getting out of this, but possibly now that she's crept up, she's actually went in undetected, and that's the first kill to be found. This is gonna be huge. That's the ace out from HazeX. That's unbelievable. She got like 3-4 kills last round, and here she brings it up with the ace. A second for Turkey.
Yeah, steps up exactly to script. I was just talking about her being one of the silver linings for Team Turkey, and she does this. Look at this 1v2 as well, isolating these frags. They're not expecting her this close to the double boxes, and she had already found 3 kills before those replays even roll. Turkey a second round here on the CT side of Overpass. It's not enough to make this a manageable half of Counter-Strike, but HazeX going to be very happy about a couple of the rounds that she's had this particular map. Positive kill differential on both maps as well here today against one of the better teams in the tournament. So if you're an not a TO, but a team owner, you'd certainly be looking at her as a really talented member.
Oh, again, just
I like the idea of the boost trying to get the information and then Zelsa takes the peek in, but they actually don't spot anything on that boost. So Zelsa's kind of in no man's land without the information.
And it's also just been a little bit of just not being patient enough to wait, because I've seen Denmark, even in the previous game, they've held the boost for like nearly 1 minute of the round. That kind of was just a bit of a quick boost up just to see if she could push through and if it was safe. But like a lot of the time, especially if you don't hear anything, it's not going to be that fast where someone gets into the short side. They have to be barreling on in. But look at the kills out here for Turkey. 3 kills on the board, and that puts things in a 3-on-2 situation for them. This is looking good here and might just close out the half. But Sig Image there to spoil the party. Look at where Asil is as well. She's all the way on the other side of the map, the other extremity. Neye just getting the bomb down, a 1-on-2, and by the time she gets here to the B bomb site, the bomb will be like 75% ticked.
It's not going to be good. You got to get your Nikes on. She's still so far away, and she's likely going to, and she's even shift walking in this last portion. She can barely afford to do this. She's also got no defuse kit. I've never really seen time be this much of an issue in a round like this. Maybe there's one on the floor that she can salvage. They're never going to be expecting coming into Monster this late, but she's still not got enough time. Does pick up the kit and finds the headshot. She doesn't have enough time, but that is quite a remarkable attempt. Just the clock being the issue. We talked about it.
That was possible. That was so possible. If she didn't spend, you know, while maneuvering around the long side,
the whole map.
Yeah, if she didn't, she could have still went that route. It's just that she spent quite a while, you know, zigzagging her way there. You know what I mean? She could have bought a little bit more time for a defusal. Could have caught in the round. That would have been unbelievable. But yeah, they're stuck on 2. It's still going to be a 13-2 scoreline now. Another buyout. Maybe Turkey can provide one last hurrah. But they've come alive these last few rounds here in the first half. But it's a little bit too late to make anything of it. It's going to be a fast play from Denmark. Same old. And Masakizi will initiate first contact here in Connector and grab that first frag. But Neye now looking to trade right back here with the aggressive play from Turkey once more in this construction side. That flash not going to catch off anyone. Not at all. She was already ahead of the action.
Yeah, Flashbang doing nothing and 2 kills for Denmark in the meantime. One-man advantage yet again. That's kind of been the storyline this half, right? Converting these advantages, just doing such a stellar job of it. Nene eternally holding this B angle as her teammates look to reconvene with her towards this B side of the map, where there are 2 defenders waiting. So still a little bit of a defense here, but will Zelza's AWP still be here once the smokes come in? I don't think that she's going to rotate away as this flashbang pops. So still 2 members on the defense.
AZEX holding it down just from underneath as well. This is a really good position, but they're going to check things. Surely, no, Josephine's able to get that kill into Zelser, but now they know her position. But AZEX has been able to get a second. She's been sharp on the shots, you know. I feel like she wouldn't be able to get a second there, but she still does anyway, as per usual. Now the Molotov is going to be dropped to the short side. Down to 1-on-2. Asil with that M4 looking for this clutch situation. Will have to come up huge once more. But this time around, she's in more of a general position that Denmark seem to know. Might be able to catch off this first kill though. Seems like she's not ready for it, but look at that flick. Look at that flick. 13-2 at the end of the first half, Squid. This game is over.
Yeah, I'm sure if we saw that on the replay, that would have been an impressive last shot of the half. Maybe we'll get the opportunity to see it right now. This is going to be a flurry of Denmark here on the screen. 13-2 half, pretty much comprehensively finishing off this series. I don't see a way back in for Turkey. If they are, it has to just be this pistol round. They're going to take a tactical timeout to discuss the tactic here. The T-pistol was one of the rounds that they were able to take on Vertigo, so looking to repeat history again. But I already talked about it. That was a mistake that Denmark had made. They didn't defend the A site at all. I just don't imagine they're going to do anything like that here on Overpass. They're going to have toilets control. They're going to probably be aggressive themselves with the pistols. I don't imagine that they'll be playing such a passive defense. As they look to close out this best of 3. Nene with the defuse kit. a smoke grenade as well. Everybody else with the body armor here on the CT side, as the Ts actually don't have any nades to work with at all here on the attack. They're going to go into one of these bomb sites totally naked. Really dangerous to do so here on overpass against USPSs. Remember just how long range some of these duels can be. The Glock's at a massive disadvantage if you take any sort of a ranged duel. And already Denmark stealing B water control. They know that there's going to be no attack towards this side of the map. Will they over-advance into Aziel, though? This is a key gunfight. She needs to win it. Oh, no. Loses instead. These USPSs can now rip through. They've got such an advanced position here outside of B. And hearing all of the footsteps as well. Shadow spotted. Commed over to Marie. Razor sharp shots with the pistols, as they're essentially stuck inside of the T-spawn right now. They've got less than 0 map control. This is minus map control.
Yeah, they don't even have map control of the area that they've been handed at the start of the round at that point. It's not really looking great. They'll try to advance forward. Maurice to get the first and the second as well, closing it out with a 4K. Look at that support system they have. They've been always with this, like what Pop calls it a lot, you know, a buddy system. Just having just that player over, so you're always going to be able to get that trade over, and especially when Denmark are just sharp, getting those trades in, you know, really good and active, you know, being proactive and taking positions and being, you know, taking initiative quite often. You know, it's always going to work out for them in the end, and they kind of just have to carry that over, continue on, and this should be done in just a matter of moments. It's going to be a split between B and towards that connector side. I don't know how they're going to play things, because usually you don't really see a setup like this, and they're kind of a bit timid. You know, they aren't actively taking things. You can see how Masakizzy is with the MAC-10, yet she's still like lingering around, checking that playground side, just holding. But nobody's there. Nobody's home.
B split on the menu. That's where the bomb's going as well, and a little bit of information radio through to Team Denmark for them to rotate that third member over. Josie is going to join the defense here on the curly letter. Zig Image finding an opening kill with the MP9 in the meantime, and Turkey haven't really made their mind up. Lots of connector control, no CT presence towards the middle of the map, as they've got the SMG, so it doesn't really make sense for them to get all too aggressive in this one. And Turkey, they've been holding back on a lot of these rounds. We just saw a pistol where they were basically sandwiched into the into the T spawn. Now about to try and take B, but all of these footsteps, they'll be heard. And just a one flashbang, light on utility. They're going to walk into the blender here. Chomp, 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 says the SMGs, as this Team Denmark with another one.
Yeah, 13 match and series points right now.
One's left as well.
Yeah. Oh, technical pause,
no.
of course. No, you really disconnect.
They're gonna do it to us. They've got a 15-2 scoreline. I've got more change in my pocket than they've got money in the server. Listen, I've got more change right here.
I hear it
than
as
they've
well.
got. It's loads of money compared to what they've got to work with here in round number 18. Just pistols and an SMG here and there will be on the menu, and it's not looking tasty. Denmark, though, they're looking like a snack. They've been great this entire series. I would say that they've only really lost 2 or 3 sort of comprehensive rounds in the entire field of play.
Yeah.
It's just been a great series. I love it. When you're a massive favorite, you've got to close out these underdog teams. You've got to put them in their place.
You just do, especially when you have such a difficult bracket to contend yourself with. You know, you have Bulgaria.
What do we think? Do we reckon this was a rage quit, Tiddler? This kind of feels like a rage quit.
I said that yesterday, but it was it was just it wasn't like they did it.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
It seems very suspicious. 15-2.
No, they did reconnect
maps. They did? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, they did reconnect.
I don't know.
Maybe, but now with the fact that Denmark being on 15, I don't know what's happening. But I think it was the same player this time around.
Nah, they're pulling my chain. There's no way that this is a coincidence.
Maybe we have more
At
challenger.
this point, all 5 players might as well leave the server, though. You'd have exactly the same chance of winning this map.
I don't know what happens here if they can't connect, man. It's a 2-15. I don't think you can really delay it for too long. Like, can't really do anything about it. Like, I don't see what you do from here on out, even if there is a disconnect. Are we just gonna sit here for another 12 minutes, or I don't even know at this point. But you know, we saw this literally last time. There she is. She's back in the server.
Here we go.
Okay. Now this technical pause should end, and now we should see this game end in just a few moments. Turkey just haven't shown anything on overpass. You know, just no disrespect to them. It's just like their chance was on vertigo, really, not on overpass. Like I literally said it, overpass. They're not winning that for sure. It's a locked-in game for Denmark. Like picking into vertigo. Well, maybe they have something in store. They didn't, and yeah, it seems like that was their fate here. But now, as this ends, this freeze time ends, we'll get started here with round number 18 between Denmark and Turkey. And might just be our last one here, considering the bye that's on the Turkish women's hands right now.
Got to thank Team Turkey, though. They've put us well ahead of schedule. Means I can get a second lunch in. Ramzin, M4A1S at the ready, and they are going to wrap around this position, but one always comes with another as Team Denmark comprehensively shut this one away. The M4A1S finding kills all over the map. Marie not losing any HP in that duel as well, and even able to get the reload in for even more headshots, presumably. Marie ends this series with a quad kill. That's really nice to see. Team Denmark 2-0, and really in stonking fashion. It doesn't really get much more convincing than that.
Yeah, it doesn't. I just have to keep reiterating, we were like literally saying that was going to be the case, and it certainly delivered. I feel like
you're the expert. You are. Yeah, I don't think you've got a prediction wrong this tournament. I feel like you've been on the money every time.
Well,
maybe in the Serbia match the other day.
Yeah.
I don't think you had your money on Serbia, but
yeah.
You're at least 99% match predictions won. So if you're betting on these matches, I'd definitely be listening to Tiddler. I might do it myself.
Gamble responsibly, everyone.
Just a joke, everybody. But yeah, good series. I really liked the form of Denmark's game, all things considered. They seemed very collective. They played like a unit. When you're this far ahead in a series, it's easy to take your eyes off the prize and let a load of rounds slip. Nevertheless, we've still got one best of 3 left to come. We'll take an extended break just before, but join us in about 90 minutes. They've pushed us ahead of schedule for the last series of the day.
One purpose. One dream. One rhythm. One step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose. One dream. One rhythm. One step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose. One dream. One rhythm. One step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose. One dream. One rhythm. One step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose. One dream. One rhythm. One step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. this is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose. One dream. One rhythm. One step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose. One dream. One rhythm. One step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
One purpose. One dream. One rhythm. One step closer to glory.
Enemy spotted.
They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Welcome back to your WEC action, everybody. We've got one more best of three for you today, and this is set to be a close one.
Sweden versus Bulgaria, nothing much more to say. You know, they don't have any common opponents. We kind of have to judge off of their performances. We got to see. We didn't get to see Bulgaria yet on the mainstream, I don't think. So, because I don't think people are expecting them to do that good. You know, we literally don't know anyone really on that lineup aside from one player. And that's the funny part. And they've actually impressed so much, but we're gonna get straight into things. We're gonna see the lineup of Sweden. They did a good job up against Turkey. That was the stream that we or that was the game that we streamed yesterday on the broadcast. We had this team, and we have Sevenlicious, Zaz, and Giuliano, of course, that duo, and then you have Yanko and Lina as well to close things out. A pretty good lineup, Squid. You know,
Yeah.
I feel like they're just good on paper, and you know they've done the job, I feel, up against their group. But here against Bulgaria, I think it'll be a bit of a different situation for them.
I feel like Sweden is just a really strong and powerful country in the context of female Counter-Strike. They've got so many names that they can sort of dig into, many more names than a lot of the other teams that we've seen in this tournament. But let's look at the surprise factor, the dark horse of our group stages here. It's Bulgaria.
Yeah, very interesting. Hellrose, that player that we were looking at. Joanna as well here is on the lineup. So that's actually another player. She used to play for Astralis, the female division. So we'll see her in the lineup. Makes things a little bit less of an unknown factor. These are actually some really good players here, and we can see why that Bulgaria were able to win out some matches. You know, a lot of these teams in this Europe B qualifier, this B section of the female World Championship qualifiers, a lot of them are like, they were all former teammates, and they're all playing against each other here in this international event. It's really cool to see. Yeah, it really shows a lot in this qualifier why Bulgaria have been doing a lot, because in Liquipedia and the websites, they don't list Joanna there, but seeing her on the server, maybe that's why, or maybe that's the reason why Bulgaria have been doing pretty good here.
Yeah, let's see if she has big impact on Mirage. That's our first map, best of 3. Really important matchup here. Sweden starting on this T side, set to be somewhat of a B rush, as they haven't slowed down thus far. Queen Stefani, we talked about her earlier. She'll be the main point here on the defense, alongside in conjunction with Varna, who's got a bit of a crossfire set up with her. Here comes the attack.
That coming on in, Queen Stefani holding it down along with Ivana, but Zaz and Sevalicious getting too quick with the Glock, and now they're starting to push on forward. But there it is, Rocket now looking to recover the situation here. 3-on-2 situation here on board. Zaz will punch those digits on in, and it's now a retake situation here for Rocket and Hellrose. They'll have to be very cautious of all these corners that they have to check, but it doesn't even matter in the end here, Sweden. On their map pick, they'll get started here on that T side with the nice pistol.
Yeah, fast round, and this is often where these underdog teams come unstuck. When you get later into the tournament, when you play against a big team like Sweden, and you're in the higher pressure matchup with a spot at LAN essentially on the line, we give one away to this female division. Sweden a quick 1-0 start, nice assertive attack onto that B bomb site. The defense didn't really stand a chance. Once you find those opening kills, that retake can be incredibly difficult and forces them back onto a force buy here in round number 2. Sweden attacking mid.
Attacking mid, and Ivana again opening up the kill feed, but are they able to get more? It seems like, yes, they are able to get more. 2-for-2 trade, actually pretty beneficial here for the CT side. Buys a little bit of time for the rotate. Again, the bomb is to go down, but that scout starts to look like an off because the HP isn't at a maximum for all these players, and even more so as Elrose gets a kill, being on low HP. Joanna now creeping up on this position, and this round's just been taken off the nose of Sweden. Not even a full investment, plenty of residual cash to go along with this. The bomb gets defused, and nice economic stability can now start to come in for Bulgaria as I get this one. You can see there, plenty of cash in the bank account. This is going to be a full buyout from them. And yeah, they've fallen short here, Sweden.
Big round from Hellrose, locking down short, picking up an AK-47 as well and applying the pressure. Sweden couldn't even really comfortably get the bomb down there with the pressure of that scout from one side and the AK-47 pressuring in from the other. Really assertive stuff early on here, 1-1. And Bulgaria right back in the mix early. That's what you wanted to see. Them being really ferocious. Fast start, and Sweden respond right back. A couple of rifles here on the board, and mid is going to be a constant pressure, a pivot point in this series. Joanna needs to lock it down with the AWP inside of the connector. She's playing in conjunction with a couple of grenades. They can fire those down to cause a little bit of a distraction as soon as she takes the peek. Realizing that the left side of mid is empty, she decides to step out one leg further, able to find even further shots, and Bulgaria are piling on the pressure. Quick kills.
Look at this position though, low HP as well. Zaz is going after with the Deagle. Now that looks more menacing with that 9 HP, but just Sevalicious all alone. The chance has come and gone. 1-on-3 up against her. And Queen Stefani to close things out along with Hellrose to support. AWP there into the mix as well. Bulgaria finding a second. A very impressive start here for Bulgaria. I'm really excited to see how this one pans out. I said it was going to be pretty close, but now seeing that Joanna's in the lineup, a little bit more of a proven quantity on the server. You know, just playing for pretty big organizations such as Astralis in the ESL Impact scene. Seeing her name here for Bulgaria kind of makes things a little bit more scary, especially if you are Sweden and you weren't expecting this. But on the other hand, we weren't expecting Zaz on the lineup. Zaz and Giuliano here, but that MP5, we were looking at this weapon and we were talking a lot of trash about this weapon. Those actually get a kill for the first time in these regionals, and Bulgaria cleaning up, and it's a pretty easy one at that. Just only an eco, and now the guns are back out for both sides.
evidently a much higher skill level matchup than we're used to seeing, than we saw earlier today, especially. Bulgaria not letting go of mid-control. They're being really controlling all over the map, not giving Sweden all too much space to work with. I feel like that's how Sweden have found most of their successes here in the group stages, just by overwhelming, bullying, dominating teams. They've been unable to do that early on Mirage, with the exception of the pistol round where they were able to very quickly just roll over the B bomb site. Mid has been the approach, and Bulgaria just haven't been conceding it. This time, a much more passive look. Let's see if this works for the CT side, because this is a bit of a different approach.
Yeah, they leave that entire mid side open, but I'm liking it because they put a lot of faith onto their bomb site holds and holding down the flanks, and they've done a pretty good job of that. So it's not a problem. It's not like they are losing rounds as a result of it. They know what to do.
As well, right? They're keeping Sweden guessing. They don't know if the peaks are going to come from short and connector and window altogether, or if they're not going to see anything whatsoever. That means Sweden needs to take more time to clear space towards the bomb sites.
It does make things difficult. You can see the smokes, of course, being thrown by Sweden to try and block off angles, but I feel like that only makes things worse. They haven't seen any CT players so far. They're playing quiet. They're playing controlled, and you see how Bulgaria always are moving around. Queen Stefani will be the first one to show face, but while this is all happening, it's going to be a bit of an A lead now because 3 players have peeked on through, but there's that player in from the ramp side. It's Zaz. She has to throw a flash over to make sure she doesn't peek anymore, but it's going to be Lina to push up forward. That flash timing isn't favoring her at all. That flash will not be effective as she peeks on through. Zaz does get one back, but the man advantage is still here with Bulgaria, but that's a fantastic shot out from Zaz, finally neutralizing all that, and Yenkin now left in a 2-on-1 situation with 10 seconds to spare. This round is done, Squid. This is going to be a 4th round on the board for Bulgaria, and all Yenkin can do is possibly just save, and I don't know how this save is going to work, because she's able to bring that AK and armor into the next round, but she's going to be limited to buying just a single flash, and the rest of the team can't really buy up. So do they force around this, or do they just take an eco with that AK there? But you kind of run the risk. Well, it's not even a risk. It's probably more just a formality at this point. She won't be having any money into the next round.
Yeah, they decide to go somewhere in the middle. A couple of upgraded pistols here and there, but not much else. A couple of pieces of body armor as well scattered around. A rough start for Sweden. They were expecting to come into this map fast. They absolutely did so in the pistol, but from there on out, Bulgaria have been really assertive all over the map here, and A has not been Sweden's friend whatsoever. They'll hunker towards this side once again with the pistols, just to try and create some space for Jenkin with the AK-47, the solo rifle for Team Sweden. But she's got a lot of players to try and take care of early. A couple of smoke grenades here as well. So this will be a quasi-execute with the pistols. Oh, and the orb's gone already. Rocket caught with an nade out. They're unable to punish, but getting closer as they do. Zaz another headshot, and now this becomes complicated.
It becomes complicated, but we'll have to see the positions, the post-plant positions that Sweden decide to take. There's plenty of times where I've seen this slip out of their hands because of the fact that they get a little bit antsy. They try to take the forward positions. Look how spread out they are, but that is a good position to be able to get the trades on forward. A 2-for-1. Now this is looking done, but Helro says she wants more. Smoke drop to try and separate the angle, spraying through the smoke, and it's Sevenlicious to do the final blow. Sweden, she takes that round pretty easily for her team, and that's nice to see out from Sweden, especially when their backs were up against the wall. That economic situation wasn't looking great at all as well. Great way to recover, put things up to 2. Only 2 rounds separating both sides. Now maybe they can propel themselves forward, get themselves back on level footing, and maybe build off of that.
Relying on an execute heavy style on the A site as well. Those couple of smoke grenades really held Bulgaria out for the precious few seconds they needed to get the C4 down and apply maximum pressure in the retake scenario. It's so hard to get in, even against pistols, if you're down 1 or 2 players. Exactly the state Bulgaria find themselves in there in round number 6. And this game closer to equalization here. Giuliano, she's made so much space into B. And Sweden actually aren't responding off the back of this. She goes down early, and they're unable to wrap any other players in. So Bulgaria have dealt with the threat in this early portion of round 7.
Yeah, they're taking advantage once more. But again, they're playing this bomb site heavy passive setup. They are going to take this mid side. Maybe it's going to be a bit of a surprise for Sweden. We haven't seen this all too often. Joanna spots that out, but Lina catches her off guard. That's a good check out from her. Yeah, it looked like it was in her control as well. Joanna just now, that opens up the B bomb
This
side.
is great.
Huge
This is
gateway
great.
here.
Look at this
It's a great call.
response.
That's a great
They're
call
right
here.
into B early.
That's
Lina, even with the headshot, this round might be over already, Tiddler, as the smokes are already down. There's another one into the marketplace, and Ivana is locked out. They can't see anything. Do they save? They must save. They have to.
You have to save. You can't get out of there. And they still have a little bit of utility there to block them off. And Zaz is even cutting them off. Hellrose just taken out as she ventures into the mid side. They're going to try their damnedest to try and save these weapons. You know, Sweden haven't justified yet to be able to really hunt all too much. Zaz can herself because she has, you know, a decent amount of residual cash, and herself having herself a really good forward position. She's going to peek on through, get that headshot. She's not going to expect the player up in Palace. Oh, no. I thought she was up on the top, but she isn't actually in Palace. So, yeah, she won't be able to check that in time. Sweden, they take the round. That was a very, very good response. That's the risk kind of with that bomb site heavy CT setup, is because once one player falls, that's kind of the gateway, because you're not actively holding the meeting points. You're kind of just holding the actual bomb site itself. Once that first kill comes in, it's kind of just going to be a flooding into the bomb site, and that's exactly what had happened there under the B bomb site. Joanna just overstepped the mark. That was a huge gateway into the B bomb site. There was only one player to take down, and it was just pretty easy for them to take it. And Bulgaria now just going to call it tactical pause. We'll see what they are going to bring to the table to this one. It's probably just about their economy. They aren't able to bring a buy into this round, so probably just discussing what to do, considering they have that save them for. We'll just see what they are able to do here in round number 8.
Yeah, you've got a lot of tactical timeouts as well, so you might as well take one or two early to discuss what you're going to do around this saved M4 A4. No other rifles here for Team Bulgaria. And Sweden just seem to be leveling up in terms of the strategy. That B split, so beautiful. Such a speedy response there. And Bulgaria totally overwhelmed with nobody on the bomb site. This time they're putting this M4A4 into a power position here on mid. It's all dependent on whether Sweden check their angles here. This is pretty commonly used in Counter-Strike. But Rocket dismounts. Lots of pressure under the smoke, and they're both dealt with. Rifle completely out of the equation here. It's unretrievable as well from Team Bulgaria. They can't get back into the map as the A site is lost along with the rounds. This will be the equalizing moment here in round number 8. One more rifle in the hands of Bulgaria, and they don't have the Kevlar to go alongside it, Tiddler. So it's not as threatening as it looks on paper. But yeah, 2 M4s here. Yeah, it's dangerous.
One of them is out of the picture, though. That keeps things pretty nice here for Sweden. And yeah, they're dismantling them. That's a good approach to things. Just don't be, you know, running into the bomb site careless. Kind of just slow things down, reevaluate. Oh no. Okay, that looked a little bit scary. But yeah, a good approach there. Slow down, reevaluate, not let any more rifles get out of your hands. Bulgaria, I feel like they already had enough there with 2 rifles on board. Could have possibly gotten more considering the positions, but Sweden, you know, just taking their time, getting into that bomb site, dismantling them one by one. And there you have it. They take the round. They break even here at 4 apiece. And this is where they can propel on forwards, because the economy of Bulgaria isn't in great shape at all. Another win, another eco. We might just see them 6-7-4 up in just a few moments.
Okay then, this is where things get interesting. Another rifle round here, and Giuliano, not pushing the brakes whatsoever. The flashbangs are ferocious, but there are T's absolutely everywhere. They win the trade duel on mid 2-for-1, and they haven't taken all too many damage on their final 4 players in the effort to do so. Taking apps control as well. It feels like this Team Sweden T side is absolutely everywhere. Just all over the map at all times. And even with the bomb wrapping back to A right now, an unguarded A bomb site, 7licious looks to run a distraction. It's working perfectly. Every kill she finds is worth its weight in gold, as she's finally dealt with. But the A bomb site's already lost. Bulgaria will now know this, but a 2v2 with Joanna on 5 HP, that's a key kill.
They know her position as well. Probably from the trajectory of the grenade. Yeah, they know it exactly. They knew exactly what was happening. They knew Zaz's position. And it's all about the gun battles. Look at that spacing.
Oh,
That's
wow.
horrific spacing. Peeking one by one into a crosshair like that. That's exactly what you don't want to do. Sweden have been gifted that round, I feel. That was a 2-on-1. They knew this. They knew the position that Zaz was holding from the trajectory of that grenade and some of her bullets. And to throw it away like that must be a little bit painful considering now that they're on an eco. That round is worth 2, I would feel, in Bulgaria.
Yeah, and especially Zaz, right? You can't give her the opportunity to take an easy 1 versus 2 like that. She is dominantly at the top of the scoreboard, 14-4. You saw the headshots from her on the A-bomb site just a couple of rounds ago as well. She's such a potent threat in the female CSGO scene, but this is all falling apart. Just pistols, no real investment, and now there are AK-47s in the hands of Team Bulgaria. Oh, no.
How do you recover from this? They'll get one right back, but they've been good in recovering these situations. Getting multi-frags of their own. Zaz will find the
It's all down to Zaz again, Tiddler.
Yeah, she's fantastic. And I was highlighting her and Giuliano because, you know, they are pretty much the OGs of, you know, the female division of
Counter-Strike, right?
Yeah,
like, they're the two big names.
They were always together on a team since, like, you know, probably like 2015 or something. They moved to Valorant together. They left Valorant together. They've only ever really played on the same team, even in the international scene. Like, it's really good to see that, and she just continues on. It's just this duo has been so good. But it's her and Sevalicious really up against the world right now. 2-4 situation. Sevalicious is going to lead the way. She'll start to peek on through. Along with Zaz. That's a first kill. Now that's actually opened up the A-bomb site. There's plenty of time to clear things out as well. And just to be sure, but that's a nice headshot off from Queen Stefani, shutting down Sevalicious, making things a little bit more interesting. Now Zaz in a 1-on-3. They know where that bomb is planted. She's getting tagged up here, but Joanna through the smoke spams through and takes down Zaz, nullifying any sort of possible, you know, possibility there of Sweden taking that round. They made it pretty close. I feel like they couldn't have played that much better, especially with the cards that they've been, you know, handed. They'll get that bomb defused there, and Bulgaria, surprisingly, right back there with a round win of their own.
A much-needed momentum switch as well. Sweden were winning the rifle rounds, so to blast one right back and to equalize the scoreline once again at this point in the map before it really gets ahead of you and Sweden take dominant advantage, it's so important to do so early. You don't want to find yourself 7-4 behind, 8-4 behind, rounds slipping away consistently. Sweden will have another buy here on round number 11. It's all of the AK-47s going towards the A site. They're falling back onto Old Faithful. This will be an execute. We'll see the smoke soon, and that kill might activate them.
Yeah, but Rocket has to stand up strong once more, and she's got in at first, but she's blinded. Doesn't know that Zaz is wrapping right behind her back. There's a huge hole in where those two smokes meet. Could catch someone off crossing. Zaz is so aggressive right now. She's good for the first, even looking for the second. But Queen Stefani there to shut it down before Zaz can transfer a crosser over onto her. But anyways, it's still a 1-on-3. A tall task at that. And the positions that Sweden are holding right now are very potent. Could even get the trade immediately. Nade in hand, caught with our pants down. And there it is. Giuliano to close it out in the end. Sweden taking the round here. Taking a narrow lead once more. But I feel like it could have easily been more if they didn't really lose that last round.
I do like Giuliano's music kit as well. Big statement there. Everybody who doesn't have their audio turned down needs to listen to that one at the end of every single round. And you can see, just going for this peak, the confidence, right? Queen Stefani, unfortunately, has a nade out. Otherwise, it could have become interesting. But great after plant spots. Sweden holding on to that one perfectly, responding really nicely after an anti-eco victory from Team Bulgaria. Zaz almost lined up the both of them. Rocket able to respond back with a headshot. We do find ourselves in the stalemate of a 4 versus 4 with the bomb wrapping back to A. It's undecided so far, but look at all of this map control from Team Sweden. They love to keep their options open.
I love how Rocket's able to get kills in that position despite playing the same exact position every single time. Even with the FAMAS, even with some disadvantaged weapons in that situation. It's really impressive. She switched up slightly. I believe she's taken underneath Palace. Does move back out. Do Sweden check this? They do have the Molotovs to clear things out. but I find the order in which the Molotovs and utility are thrown to be important. Yeah, it should be the player in Palace Molotoving that out, but I don't know if she does have it, but she gets cleared out anyway, so it doesn't really matter. They really went for that surprise factor. That ninja position is going to be mollied off. And quite bold from Yankit to plant quite relatively close into the open.
They actually have the Molotov inside the CT spawn to stop anybody from pushing up in combination with an AK-47 holding it. So they've actually got their bases covered right there. And it's just really smart play from Team Sweden, even putting Giuliano inside of jungle to stop Ivana from saving another one of those rifles. Only the AWP to be saved. That's the potential here. But Joanna's peeking really aggressively out. Sometimes attack is the best defense in these like 1 versus 4 saves, and everybody, you can see it on the minimap, a little too far away to take this sniper out of commission. Joanna will save it through to the next, and it will be basically all Team Bulgaria have to use. Rocket's got a little more money than the rest of the squad, but penniless really. We'll see a couple of pistols. Bulgaria made this work once before, but I just don't think that Sweden are going to be surprised on it a second time over. Rocket is having a really hard time as the A anchor. It feels like Sweden are almost targeting her there on the A site. She's just unable to find more than 1 kill. You really need 2 there. Awesome support from Ticket Booth. This time Joanna takes an aggressive stance as the molly place. She's not going to spot this. Head seen. Zaz again with an opener. She's going to move out with the AK-47 for even more. And she's checking every single angle meticulously. 3 kills, round over. These pistols, not a threat.
Not a threat at all. They've just been absolutely destroyed and dismantled by Zaz. I feel like she, was in a position to fall at one point there, surely to one of the pistols, but that's not the case. They're destroying them. And this round here for Sweden is going to be an ensured lead at the end of the half, and now could be good for looking towards double digits. Possibly a 9-5. And that is really, really good out from Zaz. Pretty impressive considering the situation.
22 kills.
I wonder how, this is going to pan out. She's continuously been top of the board. I'm not surprised that she's on 22 frags. She did the same yesterday. But up against Bulgaria, I feel like it's more impressive this time around.
22 kills, and the half's barely over. We've got 2 left to play on this T side. She's on track to hit a 25 plus kill half here. Gencon, though, removed from the equation early. That AWP proving impactful. It's been fairly quiet in the last couple of rounds. And there are loads of players here defending the B site. 3, in fact. Joanna making the mistake of rotating away because this is where the play is actually coming in. Leaving 2 defenders in its place. So it's not like the B site is totally isolated. And they do have a crossfire watching the apartments placed. No short control, though, so Ivana needs to be aware of that, albeit no mid-presence from Sweden in the first 30 seconds. That could all change, though, with 2 players, Lena and Sevensish, just wrapping back. All options on the table, always from Sweden. They've got Zaz just holding ramp, so they can actually default back to the A site, which has been their favored take multiple times. They've actually wrapped Rocket out. She's playing the B site this time, deciding that she's not confident here. Queen Stefani filling the gap where she left.
How's this going to work? Zaz, this is a weird entry pathing into here, and I'm loving it because Queen Stefani is not expecting this. And that Molotov is perfect. What a combination. She drops in, but that smoke is so perfect. It allows her to push on through and just survive. Buy a little bit more time. Hellrose and Queen Stefani are able to activate together, and there goes that combination. I feel like they should have still focused on underneath of Palace. They shouldn't have left it. Even though that smoke was down, Zaz had seen her. And it's now a 1-on-4 all of a sudden. Just been absolutely decimated in numbers. Lena can't do anything about it. She already has a flank behind her. I don't even know if she's going to be able to save the op, but I think Queen Stefani has made plenty of noise, but she's getting overwhelmed. Oh, and after time, that must hurt.
Yeah, they'll have enough money to invest into that one anyway, so the AWP will be a player factor here on round number 15 regardless. I actually don't know if Zaz had the information that Queen Stefani was playing under the Palace. There was a smoke placed, and it was really awkward timing there. I know that she popped a couple of bullets in, but I don't know if they were just preliminary shots based on no information. And there's that extra kill as well. Won't prove too impactful. Sweden will have a full investment into this one. AK-47s all around. moving away from the AWP. They've not really seemed to need it. They've been resorting off speed, fast wraps, and maybe even a B split with Juliana taking mid control again. Rocket, she has been under fire in so many of these rounds, and she's likely going to have to take control of all of this again. Oh, missing those first couple of shots. You need that one quickly. Zaz with a headshot onto her. Rocket, really rough half for her, personally. And Ivana, the last line of defense, needs one more kill to secure the round here, but Zaz is still going. 2 more kills. And that puts us into a 1 versus 1. She has no idea that Juliana is right behind her. This flank is so fast, and there's no way that she's going to have any information. A quick headshot seals the deal for the last round of the half. It's Sweden with a lead.
Very impressive lead. A 9-6 going at the end of the half. Always great to see, especially on that T side, but the job isn't done just yet. This is their map pick. It might seem like Sweden might have just been able to do such a good job on their T side that it's going to be pretty simple for them to close out that CT side. But I don't know.
I'm pretty sure like Bulgaria are going to be like wiping sweat off their brow that CT side was open. That was so relentless. Sweden didn't slow down for a second.
Yeah, that's where I feel like credit needs to be, or like, just that has to be noticed, because a lot of the rounds I feel like Sweden could have easily won themselves, like, you know, anti-force buys and stuff like that. So yeah, it could have easily been an 11-4, and then Bulgaria here with a 9-6, which is pretty much doable. But Sweden have been pretty sharp, and it's going to be a very, very tall mountain to climb.
Zaz with a 25 kill half. She's holding the ticket booth and won't receive too much attention here in round number 16, as everybody has already fallen before she can get a sight line on them on the B bomb site. Ivana low on HP, and this one assertively cleaned up by Team Sweden. Headshots needed, and they won't come through, as Jenkins going to clean that one up quickly. Sweden, an all-important pistol round here, and that puts them as very strong favorites here. On Mirage, they've done a really good job. Sometimes when you've got a player just firing on all cylinders like this, as 26 kills, as I mentioned, it can kind of take the responsibility off every other player and allow them to actually step out of their skin also and play to a new level. And I feel like that's what's going to be needed on the CT side. They can avoid Zaz to some extent. If she's playing towards the ticket booth, they know that. They can go elsewhere. Nevertheless, pistols evaporate the MP9 that was taking an aggressive swing on mid. That nade just falling a little too late. And this is going to be hers. All 3 players there just running through the underpass. Obviously, you can hear those thank yous on the B site. So a bit of a response from Team Sweden. It's all about who gets the next kill, though. And Zaz, this is just such a brutal angle. No. That's timing.
Wow, there's a short player though anyway. There's a short player anyway, just in case they enter.
You've both not noticed it.
I don't know how to think of this. I actually don't know what to think of
jungle.
But if she gets more than 1 there, it should be fine. But the thing is, that's a 3-on-3. But then now the rifle just gets activated, so it should be fine once more. But then they double dipped and decided to flank again. So now the CT player is completely unknowing. There's no way that they win this battle. Out here, the Deagle. This is a very scary shot. Oh no, the knife as well. The backstab. I feel that was more sure than the Deagle, because she was kind of zigzagging, moving very slightly, counter-strafing. So I feel like the knife was the best option there. But now in 2-on-2 situation, that farms a little bit more cash here for the Bulgaria side. That's going to help their economy pretty well. That additional bonus money. But the position's down.
They might win this round outright. They've got great afterplants here, and Sweden need to unbury them right now. Joanna, this is the key shot. She wins it. Hellrose combines, and Bulgaria steal one back. Second time they've done that this map. That puts them on to 7 and back in contention, as you don't want Sweden to run away with this half in the early portions of this second half. They're going to respond right back, though, Tiddler, with a force buy of their own. Pistols come out, body armor. MP9 for Zaz. That's kind of the key player here on the CT forces. 28 in 10. She's been such a massive member. Even in the eco round, she's been finding at least 1 or 2 kills. It feels like she's just the eternal multi-fragger here on Mirage. Sweden just 6 away from the finish line, though. Feels like they could step it into 6th gear at any time. site the play and less map control for Team Bulgaria than we're used to seeing here. As Seven's Vicious, warning shot there. Don't come to this B bomb site. I am here, and I've got the mighty 5-7.
This is probably the best position to play with it. That first shot, headshot, the 5-7 makes it so powerful. Even more so than the CZ. As of now, we could be able to see a first headshot to come on in. And there it is. Oh, no headshot's going to be found. Only a little bit of damage, but heavy damage now as they drop onto the bomb site. The player in the short side is under a lot of scrutiny, under a lot of pressure. That smoke is going to be dropped in, and she's probably not going to be able to be active in this round, not going to be able to play an active role. They forced into this, mind you, Sweden, so probably now going to set into some exit frag positions. Probably not wanting to do all too much with these weapons, so they'd probably rather go into exit frag positions, get a few rifles, and maybe upgrade and then save first, rather than outright saving these weapons. And especially with Joanna's here with that op, it's looking threatening. And I think she realizes that they are probably holding this outside position as well. And Zaz is ready and waiting for it as well.
Yeah, for a moment there was danger that AWP would drop if Zaz had actually moved into the T apartments. There was an option there. She actually steals a kill and survives. There were 4 people watching that. She just got away with blue murder. I just don't know how she does it. She's just creeping her way thoroughly up the scoreboard. 29 kills right now. I love Bulgaria's retort, though. Going into the B site, locking the main character of Zaz out. She's been playing the ticket booth for the majority of this half. And if I was Team Sweden, I'd be moving around the map. Keeping her unpredictable. I don't want her stationary in one place. I want her basically everywhere. Sometimes playing the B anchor, sometimes playing on short. Sometimes harder to do so when you've only got an MP9, though. You want to play the closer quarters combat angles. But B seems to be the approach from Team Bulgaria. I feel like this is a defined response from them. They've decided that they don't want to challenge Zaz whatsoever. She's the A player here on the defense. And if I was the team captain on Team Sweden, that's I just said the exact response I would make. So bomb to go down. This will be confirmed a 9th round here for Team Bulgaria. I feel like overall they've been a really decent team just to make this map competitive so far. When you've got somebody on the other team 30 bombing essentially, and the map's not even nearly over yet. What's really scary is there's actually the potential for like 40 plus kills, 45 plus kills. If Zaz actually, I just want to see what I just wanted to get the highest. I wanted to break Guinness World Records here on the WEC stream today. I hope that's what this tactical timeout's about. How do we get Zaz more kills here? She's got more than the next 3 players combined.
Oh, I don't know what you do here.
34 kills on the rest of her team. She's on 30. So she's carrying, what, 45% of the weight?
Yeah. She needs to... I think another thing that they need to talk about is getting the others involved. Because I feel like it cannot be a one-man show. Like, especially on the CT side. Because... she can't hold A and B all alone. If it's the T side, sure you can't. Like, it's more feasible on that T side because your objective is to get onto one of the 2 bomb sites. When you're on that CT side, you have to hold both bomb sites, and Zaz isn't going to be always there. She's not omnipresent. She can't do that. She can't do that all the time. So that's where things get a little bit more difficult. You need to set up here for a situation where Zaz isn't there, because the only rounds where I've seen, you know, Sweden really get into use is really the times when Bulgaria walk into Zaz. That's the only time. When the rest of the squad is with negative KDs, and then Zaz is on 30 and 11, I feel like you need to get yourself more into action.
Massively. And Jenkin falls initially. Bulgaria with pressure, heavy pressure here on B, and Sevenlicious has to hold it up essentially on her own. Lena's coming in quick, and Sevenlicious actually finds 2 very speedily. So Lena actually holds herself inside of the marketplace to play in conjunction with Zaz in the meantime. But this will be a retake that they want to go for.
It is for sure. They need rounds. They need more here. Stop the tracks of Bulgaria, and it's a 2-on-2. Pretty doable. Lena waiting for a teammate to come on in, and she's going to find that headshot. Joanna under a lot of pressure, and that op shot not going to connect. That smoke going to be dropped onto the bomb, and now they can get a defusal in, but that smoke is a little bit too deep. That might be the leg spotted, tapping away. Is she going to be able to survive? It's a full stick with no kit. I can't believe it. She's just about missing. It's a fine margin game, and it's Joanna to get the kill at the very end, but the round still goes the way of Sweden.
That is unreal. How did they even find that there? It felt like she sprayed 25 plus bullets into that smoke with the AWP and Deagle. It felt like she had multiple mags just firing in all at once. 10-second stick here. You thought that maybe she had a kit. This takes a balls of steel. The Deagle connecting and she doesn't get off. She knows her only option to win this round is to hold that bomb. Last second kill right after the bomb is defused. That is sensational. And Bulgaria, they'll up the pace here in round number 21 right into the A site, and they've already found Zaz.
That's perfect. They've been avoiding Zaz, and then this time around, they'll just burst and explode into the site that Zaz is holding. She wasn't going to expect that. That's a perfect call out from Bulgaria. And now, how do you even recover from this? You know, a lot of the times, I'd see teams just straight up safe from this position, but knowing, you know, this division, we've seen, you know, a lot here in the WEC regionals, both men and women's, that these teams are just very, very hard-headed, just bold, and they're just gonna brute force their way on in, down to a 2-on-2. Not for long though, because Joanna gets that kill with that AWP, and Sevenlicious now playing a bit of DM, just 180 pivoting across, and now the Deagle even taken out. She's on in her shots, but finding the USP to find it. But there is no round this time for Sweden. It's a 10th on the board for Bulgaria, and once more, it's gonna be just a switch up in the strat book from Bulgaria that will grant them around, and Sweden, they won't be able to pull through. And two very, very, very costly rounds, and even on top of that, losses upon losses even before that, means that they are in a desperate state in terms of the economy. Is going to have to be a save.
Yeah, round 20 from Sweden, they find such a miraculous clutch. You know what the atmosphere is going to be like in the team speak. They're going to be all congratulating one another, and Bulgaria up the tempo at that moment when they know the communication is going to be shaky, and Sweden are going to be feeling that pump of adrenaline through their veins. They go right into A, and I think that that's the perfect call for the moment. As you said earlier, round essentially worth 2. If they don't walk into Sevenlicious, he's got the AWP inside the palace as well, and Giuliano's going to chip in with another one. Bulgaria, the A play, it finally gets dismantled in the first 20 seconds. Sevenlicious is going to follow it up with another spray down, and Team Sweden now steal one away. I've got to say, this is the highest level play that we've seen in this bracket. Sweden ahead by 2 here, and they've got a buy of the right. This has been such a back and forth map. Bulgaria, what is their response going to be? They've got one more buy. If you look at the money, Sweden have a little bit of a buffer here on the CT side after winning an eco, but it's not going to last for too long if they lose this one. This is the big round of this second half. Bulgaria almost need to win it.
Need to win it indeed, and now this is a lot of pressure onto them. Zaz and Lina getting that frag along with Sevenlicious. They're starting to destroy Bulgaria here. Wow.
It's not just Zaz. It's everybody.
They're activating now. This is a whole different Sweden that we're experiencing here. Everyone chiming in, everyone chipping in for a kill, everyone doing their job, everyone doing their duty. It's not Zaz anymore, like we saw in that first round of the second half. It's everyone coming in here. This is the first time we've really seen this in the server, and now this is looking good here for Sweden to find 13, and what a perfect time to do things, because now they break that economy of Bulgaria. They'll be down to a low buy, and then it's going to be 14 if they're able to clean that up. I can't be, certain for that, because, we've seen a lot of anti-ecos go astray, but if we're just looking at things like that, and the same way that Bulgaria is looking at things, the pressure is just there onto them. 14 is looking good, and possibly 15 even on forwards, and they're just in a really stuck position now.
I feel like that full 10-second defuse from Sweden has really spurred them on to play another level of Counter-Strike. We've seen Sevenlicious step up in the last couple of rounds. Pretty dormant play. Everybody really has been in the first 20 rounds. Nobody from Sweden, apart from Zaz, really did anything. She's going to finish off this last kill and confirm the round for Sweden. But that was a team effort there. Seven Alicious, 2 kills. They're on the B side, locking Bulgaria out. They're now on the back foot without much money. As you mentioned, you really nicely outlined the win condition for Sweden was other people other than Zaz need to step up here. We've been mentioning her name just constantly because she's right at the top of the scoreboard, rocketing to victory. They wouldn't even be in contention of winning this map if it wasn't for her heroics in the first half. Bulgaria locked out at the door, and now you have to play against a five-woman unit. That nade looked like it did so much damage, but not actually confirmed. And yeah, up against the pistols, it is Sweden taking a big advantage here in round number 24 all across the map. And the AWP of Giuliano is starting to activate. It is that double AWP setup for the first time. The first time that we've seen either team whip out the 2 snipers. And Giuliano certainly knows how to use it. She's not missing many shots at all. Jenkin there to confirm, and that might be a little bit audacious. But Zaz is there to clean up the mess that the dropped AWP created. And they don't seem too cautious to drop one of the AWPs. Instead, they're going to go towards a more rifle-heavy setup, presumably going into the next. Look at this flick, though. This is the one that you are making noise about.
Yeah, they probably wanted to pick up the AK because you can always buy another, AWP on the CT side. You can't always buy another AK on the CT side, and they have plenty of money in the bank account, so it is justifiable. Do see a lot of teams do that, but now Sweden are entering a situation now where, they are in a good sort of situation and they are looking forward to victory. They have like one hand over the finishing line, and Zaz is there to open up once more. Off to the races here with a 5-on-4 start, and they're holding the perfect angles right now. Everyone's starting to come alive and start to open up on the server, but Lina not hitting that shot. What a pre-fire out there from Hellrose, but Giuliano activating. They probably thought an op was in the window, not expecting the rifle, but there's another trade on in. It's a 3-on-3 situation, but the HP on Hellrose not all too great.
Sweden decided that the double up setup was unreliable, and the rifles really stepping things up to another level, keeping this in a 3 versus 3. Most pressure towards B, and Zaz has gone on a fishing expedition into the T-spawn via ramp in the meantime. Oh, and Jenkins just going to miss the timing into connector. She doesn't know that this push is coming through, so Sweden don't have the information that Bulgaria are already here. Zaz will double check it anyway. Rose right into the CT spawn. This mini-map is absolute chaos. Oh, perfect angle, Zaz! She finds both of them. Heavy damage dealt. Rocket down onto 70 points of health. And Zaz confident to take the peak for a second time. She wants this kill. He's not going to find it. 25 seconds. Here's the bomb going down. And she's going to wrap right in. Cautioned out by the AK-47 inside the CT spawn. As that molly doesn't stretch quite far enough. The HP misses its marker as well, and Zaz knows exactly where both players are. Homing missile in, and Rocket's able to slap her down. Both players incredibly low, and Jenkin needs to be the point man, taken out of the equation. She's wrapping right around these boxes, low on HP, 1 bullet needed, and the bomb is ticking down. Hellrose finds it. That is a crazy round from Bulgaria to win. Sneaking into the A site, and they're able to steal one away yet again. That might make their survival on this map that little more poignant.
That is a Hellrose masterclass there. A 4K in the round, opening it up. Just pre-firing Lina from the underpass. That opened up that connector section. But on the other hand, Sweden, I feel like they were a little bit too lenient. They kind of gave a little bit too much away. And that opened up the access onto the A bomb site so heavily. But Bulgaria this time around, they're not going to execute anywhere just yet. They are just going to default as per usual, but it's leaning now towards the A side. They've barely checked things. And now Lina's pushed up all the way on the mid side. This is valuable information. She surely hears the footsteps of the players rotating to the A side. And you can see that on the mini-map. The Swedish players are going there as well.
Yeah, one player spotted, and they know the entire stratagem here on the server. Minute 15 left to play with, and that smoke It's peculiar. It goes into the palace to slow Bulgaria down a little bit further, but this is going to be an execute. They won't be held out by the smokes because they've got all of the reinforcements they can play right ahead of them. Zaz all flicks over. She's still a threat. Rocket finally able to deal with her, but there are just too many bodies here on the defense. No ammo left. Needs to get the reload in, but the flank is already here. 7licious so fast to the response, and there's the headshot to finish it off. Team Sweden map point.
Yeah, it was a very fast, closing of the default out from Bulgaria. Usually you start to execute onto a bomb site when you kind of get enough information, you get enough map control. Bulgaria did not give any time for their default to settle. They just made sure that people didn't push on forward, kept them into their positions, made them know that they were present in that side, and then they just switched over towards A really fast, and you could hear it as Lina heard the oppers, or with the op up in mid, they heard them rotating back around as the rest of the Swedish side started rotating along with it. But now, this could be the closing moments here of this map. Zaz getting 2 quick frags along with Giuliano. This might be GG's here on Mirage, but Joanna's keeping things alive. That kill is so important. It's turned on its head. It's now down to a 2-on-1. 7licious. She's probably wondering what had happened. It was so good out from Sweden. Oh, she gets a nice headshot. That's a very clean one indeed. The last player in CT is going to peek on through, and she gets it. What a clutch out from 7licious. She finds it. It's 16-11, and we move on to map number 2 with Bulgaria, a map down.
And that's what I'm talking about. Other players stepping up from Team Sweden to push them over the line. What a clutch there, 7licious. That first shot was absolutely miraculous as well. Headshot right through the smoke that HE had placed inside the connector. She barely had any vision at all, and she's still able to find it. Anyway, 16-11. That is such a crazy map, all things considered. And I've got to say, Bulgaria really brought the heat, and it was Sweden to step up to a new level to really push that one over the finish line. They were tested in that map.
Yeah, they were, and it shows how important a point man like Zaz is, because you can see indubitably that the anchor is just way too strong, blocking all the pincers and everything, and can single-handedly carry over that CT side. But towards the end, it changed. They switched the dynamic. Everyone started to get alive on the server, and looking good, because they're moving on to the next map. I'll just double-check what it is. It's going to be Inferno, which is picked by Bulgaria, of course, and then Overpass as their decider, which is going to be very interesting. I don't know how this one's going to go. We didn't really get to see Sweden play Inferno, but we'll just have to find out. So stay tuned, because we're going to head things to a short break. We'll play map number 2 in just a few moments.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Yash, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
Welcome back, everybody, right into the action of Inferno. It's Sweden with a 1-0 lead. What a map that was just a couple of moments ago on Mirage. Like, so good.
Very cool way to close things out with a 7-1 versus 2. We'll see if it is going to carry over here. Zaz gets a first opening kill. The pistol to find the first. Getting overwhelmed though by the abundance of Bulgarian players right there. But the bomb has been dropped here by Giuliano. Very important kills coming through. And she's even looking at the player in Boiler who's challenging. But Joanna slipped right through. Second the long player. Giuliano running and gunning. Not there to find the kill. Now 3-on-2 situation on the cards here. Joanna's able to find that one right back, but the trades are on forward, and now it's a 1-on-2 situation here, Squid. Joanna can definitely do things and run all the way back to the B bomb site, but her back is turned, and these shots are the hardest to hit. But when two players are there shooting at your head, there's no way you're recovering from that. Sweden back up and running here on their opponent's map pick, 1-0.
Yeah, continuing that momentum, starting on the CT side, it's really important to do so. I love Giuliano's play inside of the Boiler there, deciding to actually fall back off the angle instead of take the shot. It's unfortunate that she gets one-tapped on her first peek out. It's 1-0 Sweden anyway. Zaz just always fragging, always at the top of the scoreboard. Already 2 kills here on the CT side. Nice decisive headshot as well at the end to just finish things off. Here come the Molotovs, just an insend towards mid and banana to lock Bulgaria, even, not Belgium. I am in Belgium right now, in fact. Yeah, 1 minute 30 though. This actually locks them into where the grenades are just homing missiles, and here comes Giuliano. What a bulldozer there. Clean rounds. There they go. Fall like bowling pins.
Yeah, falling like bowling pins indeed. They've all been taken out. Sweden, good way to get a bit of confidence, just running down the mid side, warming up quite a few frags there. Not an equal buy though, because they do still have a FAMAS and 2 SMGs on board, but it's a good way to, like, if they're able to get this bonus round is what I like to call it. If they're able to get this bonus round, that really sets themselves up for success here, because Bulgaria taking that eco, meaning that they will get the guns out right now, means that they lose this, that Sweden will be able to get things underway here up against an anti-eco and push on forward possibly for 4 or 5 early on. That's always a nice thing to get started with, and Sweden are really active with the map control. Look at this. Elrose there with the AK kill, the MP9 getting underway, but they line up. Yankan, what a good play out from them. Really good.
Bonus round as well from Sweden. This is the perfect way to do it. There'll be AK-47s on the floor when the dust settles. Minute 10 for Ivana to try and do some damage, but the bomb is isolated behind that smoke inside the banana, and I don't see her doing all too much in this one. It all comes down to damage, though. If she can find 2 headshots and limit the money growth here for Team Sweden, then that's perfect. Waiting for the smoke on banana to dissipate is the way to do it, but an incend falls in its place, forces her back even further. And she does need a couple of kills here. It's not going to happen. So here come the AK-47, the scavenger mission here. A couple picked up there. And this is looking like a really good buy from Team Sweden. And they didn't even have to purchase it. So look at that money grow. They'll have a buy if they lose this round. And that's exactly the position that you want to be in on the CT side of any map, especially Inferno, where it can be a little bit dodgy, where sometimes you don't even want to go for retakes on the CT side just because of how hard it is. And the opportunity for this money to blossom further, as it is just pistols here for Bulgaria. Tough round for them. Here comes Zaz as well. She actually clocks them on that jump there in the apartment. It's going to fall back here. Really solid defense from Team Sweden.
Look at this stack. They're very one-dimensional in their setups, Bulgaria. It really is very noticeable so far. And they're just switching back up. Look at the lineup there. I think they're lucky to not have more than one casualty in that situation. Now that's an M4 picked up. It's going to be challenged up, and again the P250 is running it down. I feel like they're very lucky to stay alive here. Could easily just be a Sweden cleanup, and especially I think that's a CT smoke as well. Don't know how that one's meant to go, but player up in banana. The P250 gets another. I can't believe it. Hellrose finding that, and if this slips away from Sweden's control, they will be ruined. This last one Molotov caught in hand, and now the bomb could possibly start to get defused, but Rocket with another taking substantial amount of damage. I don't know how this one's gonna pan out, because Hellrose now in a very good position. Now Flash and Does that stop her from hearing the diffuse? But no, she's gotten off it. Hellrose just a peek through, and Bulgaria, by the skin of their teeth, are able to win out that round and fight right back and deny Sweden from finding a fort very, very surprisingly.
Yeah, third eco victory this series from Bulgaria, and we've only really just got started here in map 2. They'll have rifles and even the AWP for Joanna, such a key player to have it. Lena responding back with one of her own here on Inferno. First couple of rounds here being quite scrappy. That's exactly what you'd expect after the Mirage we just watched. Those pistols just hunkering up, dodging all of the nades onto Banana, and really just overwhelming the isolated AK-47 and M4 combination there on the B site. AWP inside the apartments. Varna's likely going to swing onto this one. No nades, so just walks right into the barrel. Nice quick kill from Lena as she jumps back onto the A site to take a different avenue of approach. Boiler and mid being on the menu for her next. Might see the AWP duel for the first time this map. It's Joanna to win it.
Yeah, another kill on top of that as well for Bulgaria to shift things into their favor. Was a 5-on-4 for Sweden, now it's a 4-on-3 for Bulgaria. There's another player in the pit that they have to take care of, and Saz has done a good job of finding that kill. That provides a distraction for Giuliano. 2 kills still a good for her. It's now down to a 1-on-1 once more. That spray is a little bit labored, but she still gets the clutch regardless. A very, very, very close round once more. But Sweden, this time around, it's their turn to take it.
And don't hold your breath, because we're going to see many more of them this half. This game. Sweden and Bulgaria, it's been just such a messy battle here. And Bulgaria not letting up on the pressure once again. They will go and invest everything here in round number 6 into this buy. It's AK-47s on everybody apart from Ivana, who's yet to frag here on the second map here. It's Bulgaria's map pick, remember. So they should hold the inherent advantage. I put them as favorites in this one. There's an AK-47 stolen away as Lena doubles down on the pressure. That rifle's gone, the deagle. They can be the floating voter eliminated, and they're all falling around it. Just Rocket and Hellrose to try and claw this one back. But it might already be too late.
They have been the dynamic duo so far, but as you said, it might just be too late. Sweden aren't showing face. They aren't giving anything up. They have this round securely in the palm of their hand. They don't want it to let out their control. Giuliano just playing up in short, going to smoke off as well. So very, very thin angle held by Lena. Don't know if she's going to be able to hit the shot. It's going to be very difficult, but if she catches the timing, very, very delayed. Was hoping probably that there was a second one there, but now they've entered into the bracket side. Bit by bit, they're able to get a little bit more map control by the minute. But as that smoke dissipates, Giuliano, perfect timing. She was ready for it. Even at the crosshair already there. Now Zaz there to find absolute closure in the end with the MP9, upgrading to the AK-47 as well. So as great as it could be here for Sweden. Continue on, 5-1. And I feel like it could have easily been more, like we said, from that close round that Bulgaria were able to win.
Yeah, and Sweden have been surviving on the CT side. They've been winning rounds in the most opportune moments. This is a really important one to have a clean round here. You just see the MP9 going to victory there. 5-1, and Bulgaria, this is where their money's broken. They don't have too much to talk of. The only round that they've won this half thus far has been an eco. Just dodging those nades. That's burst on the menu. And Joanna with a swift headshot. You need to be aware of these deagles. That flashbang's perfect to take another one. Zaz out of the equation.
That's the bomb site already open for the taking as well. But look at this flank. Jenkin, 4x3. She doesn't know. She doesn't see Hellrose's shoulder peek through. We were able to see it, but not her. Now this is a perfect situation here. I think Sweden, you might just have to save. You can't challenge for this. 5 players up against you. A valuable up and rifle that's likely to be stolen out of your hands as well. I just want to get right out of there. What a round up for Bulgaria. Look at that flash. That was such a good flash out from Bulgaria. Couldn't even pinpoint who threw it. Didn't even show up on the kill feed, but whoever threw that, it was immaculate. And they're looking for the hunt as well. They've got the bomb plant. They got everything they want in this eco. Ivana there with the deagle. Aside from the rifles doing the job as well. There's no way she's able to survive with this op. Oh, not with the knife. I cannot believe it. It's with the knife as well. Bulgaria, that is insult to injury.
Eco victory number 4. We're counting them here on the cast. 2-5 here. Bulgaria still with the deficit. but they should be able to close the gap here as Sweden do not have enough money to buy. Maybe if they had kept that M4 and AWP combination, then they would have bought up around it. That's just not an option any longer. They are 1-0 in this series, though, remember? So Sweden, a bit of an advantage coming into this second map, and they obviously started it off in confident fashion. Maybe an eco victory of their own here. The Eagles certainly hoping so, singing down mid. And Giuliano just starts this one off so strong. It's a 1-to-1 trade. And Bulgaria, when will they be cautioned away from this A site? Not yet. Oh, the bomb is actually falling back towards the bottom of mid. So Seven's Delicious might be challenged instead. It's a very classic B anchor angle as the rotate from Jenkin is on the way. Oh, the smoke's actually going to hold them both out.
That's really good. Thought for a second that they might have just went in raw, but this is a good holdout from Lena. That op not expecting it. Now she gets her signature AWP into the mix. Giuliano's got in that frag as well. Oh my goodness, they have turned this back on its head. I cannot believe it. Is it another one of these rounds being found? Eagle out as well, damage dealt, and they're spamming away, and Lena has done it. Another round. I cannot believe it. It didn't look likely at all for Sweden. They just took it out of the nose, under the nose of Bulgaria, and they must be ruined that one as well. So many opportune moments here to get, a comeback here for Bulgaria, and on the other side, a bigger lead for Sweden. And this is the middle ground, mind you. This is the middle ground.
Look at how much money everybody has on this server. This is what eco round victories do for you. And these have been relatively wholesome ecos as well, without body armor, without an MP9, without a couple of SMGs scattered around the defense. That just hasn't been the case. But we've seen 3 effectively full eco victories here. Allows Lena to pick up the AWP once again. Joanna's got one. She's sending that right up Banana so quickly. She will not be stopped by the Molotov. But won't see anything early. Lena's AWP, though. That's found success in the meantime towards the middle of the map. And they'll try and hold it down. Joanna's AWP, it's taken out of commission. This one's fallen apart yet again. Bulgaria, they seem to not be able to win any of these rifle rounds. They've won 0 in total here on Inferno. Oh, great flash. I love that. Even in a 5 versus 2 where you might just ordinarily take the peak without one. See all of this nadage pouring down Banana, and Rocket can't get close. She'll walk into the crosshair. Clean round Sweden. Wow. And they switch to the double AWP setup, Tiddler.
Double AWP setup. Very, very interesting, because a lot of times we do see teams, rely on it heavily. But Sweden clearly aren't one of those teams. So I don't really have a problem with it. Where I do have a problem is I've seen plenty of times of different rosters where they rely so much on the double off setup. They can't win rounds without it. And that's where that's a problem. But Sweden, this can only just boost their situation right now. It's costly, but it could work out very well. It's really effective. It kind of just relieves the pressure off of everyone who doesn't have that up. You can just hold the long range angles and hold long distances as well on 2 different areas of the map. It just eases that pressure off. But it's going to be Zaz to take first contact probably as they look to head towards this A bomb site. That Molotov is not timed all too well, but it's Lena. That's a distraction on him, but there's a trade looking to come on forward. But Zaz able to trade out with the M4A4. But look at this wrap. They're getting pincered here onto the bomb site. That upper has been spotted, but Zaz has been eliminated. Now this is the pressure. They have to, try and recover this. It's a 3-on-3, but look at the positions right now. Completely swarmed into the A bomb site. Nobody here on the A site for Sweden. I don't know how you approach this.
Yeah, they'll have somewhat of a flank in from the apartments, from mid. Bulgaria will be looking everywhere. Smokes down to delay them temporarily. Joanna, switches away from the angle, and Giuliano's able to punish. The apartment's position now radioed in. They know exactly where she is coming from, and Ivana, she's locked out by the flashbangs, has to tuck herself inside of the pits. And they still do not know where she is. Finally, information given. Granted, smoke placed, but do they have enough time for this to fuse? I do not know. It's going to be close. Yeah, they've got it. It's 8 Sweden.
This has been a demanding and a very good CT side out from Sweden.
And we were talking about Zaz earlier, right? On Mirage, saying she's top of the scoreboard, ended that map with 39 kills. If she's going to slow down, who's going to step up in her place? She's actually at the bottom of the scoreboard now, and Sweden is still winning.
She's really talented. she was the one to close out. She was one of the key players that stepped up towards the end of Mirage. She's stepping up here on Inferno. She, of course, had that clutch to close out Mirage as well. Just been all around great. You know, she was just only really missing into that first half of Mirage, but everyone who wasn't Zaz was doing so. So you can't really blame her for it. But Lina now holding the angle. This is a very good angle, but she hasn't been all too great with the thin angles. But maybe with two players walking in, she might just have two chances. Will peek on through. That's a grenade. Not going to hit the shot, but I feel like we did expect that, and I think she did as well. Was ready immediately to back away to her secondary position, which was that long side. But now they sit put as a smoke is dropped in the mid side. Not a great smoke. Does have a big hole in it, but it doesn't really matter all too much. It does stop them. And Sweden, they're going to stay put here onto their positions.
Yeah, the thought process behind holding such a thin angle there is she wants to keep the AWP alive. She doesn't want to run the risk of missing a shot and then outright dying, because now it can be a threat here in the actual A attack. She'll put it to use, looking both angles. There's Hellrose right behind her and unable to do the damage. Every single T player has now fallen as Zaz able to confirm another round for Team Sweden. And the only success Bulgaria has had all half has been the eco rounds. They took 2 of them and they're stuck on 9-2. They're at a massive deficit here on their map pick. And it's all falling away from them. Sweden, a dominant start, 1 away from double digits.
I feel like Bulgaria in a situation where they need to do more on that T side, even if they have an extraordinarily good CT side. It's just the fact that if Sweden get to a point where it's like 12-3, for example, they're just a touching distance away from 16. You know, it's always looming over their head. You're not thinking, oh, I need to get 13 rounds right now. You're thinking that we need to stop them, and that's the problem. They've run up into the mid side. This eco's starting to get cleaned up here. Lina will have to just hit her shots, and she's able to find the first and probably the second. She'll find it. Yeah, but continuing on here, I was just saying that Bulgaria just need to get more rounds here, because a lot of the times, it's not even just the fact that, you know, they had a really bad second half. It's really just a case of they didn't get enough rounds in the first half. I don't want them to be in that situation, because I feel like, you know, they'll be feeling, you know, really sad and down. They'll be ruined the losses, because, you know, they'll be thinking at the end of the day, if we just had like 1 or 2 more rounds on that T side, that's just what they need. Because, you know, even if the second half is really good, like I've been saying, it's just that the fact that Sweden might just be a touching distance for the entirety of that second half.
They've had the chances as well. They've had opening picks. They lost an anti-eco. That would have forced Sweden onto a follow-up eco as well. They wouldn't have had the money to fully invest into the next. So a couple of these key pivot rounds have just gone Sweden's way. And 7licious surviving on 1 point of health there on Banana. It was the nades to do the damage. And she's actually throwing her nades over to Jenkin to be the solo support on the B site. She's going to wrap over. But 1 nade can take her out of the equation here. 1 HE, even a flashbang connecting, can actually eliminate her here in this round. Not often that you see a player survive on dead 1 HP. Oh, Joanna really needed to hit that shot. It will activate an A-take yet again, wrapping around Arch side. And Sweden don't have any bodies here to actually convert this information. They don't know. Nevertheless, Giuliano's snuck inside the CT spawn. And that is a fast headshot to find. She's still got the angle. Damage onto Queen Stefani.
Really good. Plenty of damage as well. It's all about the CT hold right now. Seems like they're expecting a player to be here in Ruins, but she's on low HP as well. 7licious, I feel like it was quite good for her to get at least 1 there, even though she's on 1 HP. A lot of people were expecting her to not stay alive. That Molotov missed, but she was still forced out of that angle. She actually does get 1. Hellrose now able to find that frag now. A 1-on-2, that upholding. But that rifle has done a lot of damage. Lina, that's a missed shot. You can't be missing that. She's looking the wrong way. There's only 1 player left alive. So she'll have to start to peek on in. Now she realizes it's a 1-on-1. Uses the pistol instead, but she's on low HP. This rifle should have this on lockdown, and it does. I feel like that's a complete misplay out from Sweden.
Yeah, if you're Lina, you need to put that one out of your head. Pretend it never happened and go into round number 14 and not even think about it. You've hit some really good shots this map, and you've got a team firing on all cylinders behind you. So a miss like that, it's dodgy, but you can't let it have further effect on this map. Otherwise, that can be one of the real changing moments here. Felt like you had it in the bag. You've got the whole round in your crosshairs, and you just miss a really easy shot, one that you should be hitting 10 out of 10 times. Sevenlicious, though, picks up the AWP towards Banana. And it's another opening kill going Sweden's way. No, and Inferno, they've been doubling down on the pressure. Zaz another.
Yeah, really impressive. Continue on. Trying to find one right back. They aren't always, going to stop. I'll just continue on. There's a 4-on-3 situation. It's just that Sweden have just gotten such good starts that it's so much more difficult for Bulgaria to win out this round, because they not only just have to win out the round, they kind of have to claw themselves back into the round in the first place. That's what just makes things so difficult. They'll get ready to start peeking in forward. And now, here comes that shot. Now Sevenlicious up on the boost, getting the first, and that silencer might not be able to locate where she is, but it seems like they know from the information that there is one up on the boost. But there goes Yankin for that AW piece, tries to no-scope. Oh no, that is not what should happen. That was a secured kill, but the Molotov did the job along with Sevenlicious. Bulgaria, they're not getting anything at all here on their T side, not at all.
Nah, this has been a disaster. Every single round that could have went their way has just fallen apart at the seams. And this could even be a 12-3 half favoring Sweden. It could be the entire series just on the next pistol round, realistically. Bulgaria need a masterclass CT side if they're going to pull this one back. Something that we haven't really seen here in the female division is big comebacks. That sort of mental resilience that you're used to seeing in the top tier 1CS. Falling back off the mid angle, wanting to put that AWP to good use again. 12 and 6 in the first half for her, so she has had impact. She's at the top of this scoreboard realistically with Sevenlicious and Giuliano. A site has been a pretty stubborn approach here for Bulgaria. They've gone towards it the majority of the time. Neither bomb site has been that open though. Spots the smoke. As soon as that pops, you might fancy the AK-47 taking a bit of space behind it. She throws one of her own into Arch. So this information isn't going to be given to Team Sweden just yet as we even things out in a 4 versus 4. Varna's in the key sort of pivot position here in the apartments. And everybody is snuck right behind. Sevenlicious right through that smoke. That's a tremendous amount of damage onto both players. And Hellrose is able to find it. Giuliano's right here on Banana, though. And that AWP is taken down.
This flank, though, is so integral. Do they even know that this is going to be here? I feel like this is the only place they can check, though. But at the same time, they're focusing a little bit too much on CT. How's Hellrose going to play this position? She's on low HP as well, but she spots her out. She finds it. Bulgaria get the last say here in the first half, getting a 4th on the board. But still, maybe Zonnic's law applies here, but Sweden, with the way they've been playing, I don't even know.
Yeah, I feel like Sweden have all of the momentum carried into this second half. They're a map up as well. They can convincingly close this map out with the pistol round. And maybe we'll see another tight map here. It's our second of this best of 3. We will go to Overpass next as the decider, but Bulgaria are going to have to pull off just something absolutely out of this world if that's ever going to happen. It all has to start with this pistol round. They've refused to purchase a kit. Everybody plumping for Kevlar instead. And Joanna isn't actually going to get any information inside the apartments on that jump. So Hellrose uses that information to push down mid, where there are 2 players activating towards B. They're completely missing this. The bomb is going elsewhere. So they will spot this first T. And Giuliano is the perfect distraction. She is keeping every single member of this CT side towards this side of the map. More headshots. And she is still alive. Knife out. Not going to get another one. And Zaz, she's going to double down on the pressure. Meanwhile, the bomb is going down. This round is a catastrophe for Team... Oh no, I just can't believe it. I cannot believe it.
They switched roles. They switched roles. It was the CTs pushing up Banana rather, and it was so early in the round. All Giuliano and Zaz had to do was buy enough time here for that bomb to tick away so far. There's not a kit between any of these 2 players as well. Look at the clock. It's just been burned all the way. How do you even come back to this? It is simply not possible. Maybe something can happen, but it's all done. It's all done. Sevenlicious and Yankin have found the 2 kills that are so important. They find a 12th, and Bulgaria's backs are up against the walls. Do they go for Force? Do they go for Nico? Because, one you hand over around to the other side, but the other side of you is trying to not let them have a round. But it's really difficult to tell now. This is where the pressure gets them. This is why I'm saying you kind of need to get more rounds on that first half, because it's not just getting the amount of rounds needed to get back into the groove. You also have to think about stopping Sweden from getting to 14, 15. You got to control your economy. You don't really have that much pressure on you regarding that situation. In the first half, you just don't. And that's where things get so difficult. Sweden have Bulgaria's backs against the walls. They force bought into this. It will be 14 if they lose this. This is so difficult. The Slack 7 up close. This is where it can do damage.
Oh, misses. Actually does connect with some damage, but Jenkins able to instantaneously respond with the Mach 10 close range. Low HP, but man advantage. 1 minute 10 and Sweden slow it down. They've got position everywhere on the map. And this is where Counter-Strike is such a cruel game. Even this far down, they're just not going to let up on the pressure at all. They found the gap in the pistol, and they're likely to find one again. Bomb not committed, and they're putting bodies into B. Jenkin just fishing for information with 20 HP. She's going to get more than she bargained for. The 5-7 takes her out of commission, but the bomb is going elsewhere onto a relatively open bomb site. Only Rocket here had a really rough series, I might add, just on Mirage being targeted on the A bomb site. Halrose, though, last point of defense, needs to hold this one down. Oh, can't see it happening against Giuliano. She has been sharp as a razor on this map. Bomb to go down this round is relatively confirmed. Just a couple of MP9s being the question mark here. And that is a really nice headshot to try and open up things on this retake. Sevenlicious, Lena, they come in conjunction with one another in Sweden, steal away another one. It's 13-4 right now. They're just looking really dominant. Every single advantage their way. Even the money looking rough, just to say the least, for Bulgaria. This is pretty bad, Tiddler.
Yeah, it is pretty bad. Yeah, it is pretty bad. It's just like 9 rounds from recovering just to get to 13, while on the other end of the spectrum, you just look at Sweden, who need 3 rounds just to even close out this entire series. Like, Bulgaria winning this map doesn't even do anything but send it to a decider, while Sweden, this just sends them to the semis. It just ends things. A push on forward, just a quick cleanup of the eco. The Mach 10 farming up so much cash. This is only going to help the Swedish economy as well. And Giuliano even catching Halrose upon the edge of the smoke. There might be a flank that could get something here. There's a player up in Mexico. It depends whether or not that... Oh no, it's not even going to get a kill here. It's not. She's already slipped right through. So that's it, done. And, you know, what's so brilliant to see out here from Sweden in this performance on their opponent's map pick is it's not all Zaz. It's not all Zaz this summer. And everyone's chiming in. Sevenlicious has been so good. And they're working as a unit. They're working as a unit. And Bulgaria, some of their individuals just haven't shown up. Even the ones that were showing up on Mirage, they're just absent completely here on Inferno.
Yeah, Giuliano at the top of the scoreboard here. She's just had such a lightning fast map. 14-4 as well. Last full buy for Team Bulgaria. This is really rough, though. Not having everything that you could wish for, and even the Mach 10 moving in first. Halrose, important shot to hit. She is being sprayed through that smoke. Doesn't take any damage in the engagement. Stays alive, 100 HP, but oh, Giuliano, she's plucked her.
Continue to aggress forward, Bulgaria. They're trying to get a bit of map control and maybe catch some of these players off guard. It's something that they haven't been doing so far. Maybe they have just started to break the ice here, getting that 1 kill, and Joanna has gotten another. That is very, very good. Now down to a 1-on-4 here for Giuliano. This is a good way to get started here on the second half for Bulgaria, but the problem is just Sweden are just so far ahead. Giuliano still putting her 100% into this round. You can see her just dropping a warning shot so that the mask, or that the sound of her drop is going to be masked up as well. She's going to be held by Ivana just on this long side as well. Never mind. She won't be able to see that. Will they be caught off guard? But that nade, though, does... Oh, I love how that nade was utilized just to block her off. But, yeah, it's not going to work out in the end. There's too many bodies to handle. Yeah, but you can see her. She's just, you know, trying some stuff.
She's such a smart player, right?
Yeah,
she takes every single advantage. Like, even in a 1 versus 3, she knows that there's a highlight reel to be made. Yeah. Most people just see a round over. and maybe looks for a kill, do some damage, but she looks for a clutch in that sort of scenario, and that's just what sort of player she is. That's been the case all day here in our last best of 3 of the day. It's time, sending things up Banana relatively quickly. She'll be prompted forward by the smoke. Oh, and Joanna's AWP doesn't hit its marker on second mid, so has to fall back, and Sweden now know the presence of the single sniper on this CT side. There's Giuliano. She's going to pop up at any second above the broken wall. Doesn't even need to do so. Queen Stefani walks right into the crosshair. Or the coroner. This one might be over.
Their T side just has been as right as rain. Nice trade there as Joanna gets an op kill. 7-licious to trade on forward. Keeping that advantage in their favor. Bulgaria just had to throw some caution into the wind. But Sweden... It doesn't even matter what Bulgaria do. They're able to dismantle them. Now looking back for the trade, there's only a single player on this bomb site. They've made the right reads every time, but that's the A side open for business. The last player here for Bulgaria is on the B bomb site. There's no way in hell that she's going to be able to stay alive, but maybe she will. No, even though Yenkin was the only one there. Yeah, just so ruthless. Just taking them down. And I feel like even... before it's like a 1-on-4 situation, that is the calm before the storm. The storm really happens towards the end of the rounds because Sweden are just ruthless, as you said, in every sort of aspect.
And they've played a great series here, all things considered. Mirage, their map pick, it was close. Felt like they could have lost it. Nevertheless, a 10-round advantage before we get back into this one.
10-round advantage. Lena to open up. This could be the start of the end here for the Bulgarian side. It was a brilliant run. They weren't a name on everyone's tongues at the start of this event, the start of this qualifier. They're able to take down a big scalp in Norway. But Sweden seem to be a little bit too hot to handle. The buy, less than ideal. Utility, less than ideal as well. Barely scraping a buy into this round. Zas add another one to the tally. Ivana damaged up. This boost up is here for Bulgaria. But it's gone to absolutely nothing so far because it seems to be an A-side take. The A bomb site's already open for the take. And Ivana, the last one alive. It's a 1-on-3. Her position already known. She's not going to be able to catch anyone. The flank already being held. Information there. Bomb's going to go down. And a repeat to come on through. Which might just end things. Just baiting with the end of the gun barrel. It's a very close situation here. Is she able to find the kill here, Lena? Oh, this is so
This
dirty.
is trolling.
This is trolling. But there it is. Sweden take the victory. They take the whole 9 yards. There it is. Sweden now one of your semi-finalists, your second semi-finalist here on the Europe B division. It's them versus Denmark, and they duke it out tomorrow afternoon at 4 CEST for a spot in the finals to meet the Netherlands.
That's going to be a good series as well, all things considered. Honestly, Sweden didn't give a single inch in that entire series. They played for every single round. They didn't let up for a single second. And Inferno was just even more ruthless. You saw in those clutch situations, even at the end, where the map is basically guaranteed, throwing down the Molotov, just peeking the angle, delaying for as long as possible, and being absolutely perfect. As you said, a semi-final spot well deserved. We'll see Sweden versus Denmark at 4 p.m. tomorrow. Don't miss it.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
In the heart of Iași, Romania, the world's top gamers have gathered for the ultimate showdown. IESF brings heart-stopping matches across a variety of gaming genres in an electrifying experience that celebrates the passion and dedication of esports athletes from around the globe. This is more than just a tournament. This is where champions are born, legends are made, and anything is possible. Get ready to witness the ultimate display of skill, strategy, and heart. The IESF World Esports Championship. It's about to take your breath away.
Do you think you've got what it takes? The challenge will be tougher than ever. In 2023, International Esports has a new home. Over 100 nations fighting for the championship in a celebration of everything that makes esports great. Who will rise up to the challenge? Who will be the world champion?
how you like it.